And we will have several spaces for question and answer. So hold your questions for that moment, but even so, you can use the chat in Teams to write your comments or concerns. So let's go to the next slide and see the agenda to see what are the topics for today. So, well, after this introduction, we will have some summary with the key findings of the TYNDP 2024. As I mentioned, is the latest one that have been published for public consultation last January. So some of the colleagues of ENTSO will present the results, and it will also have a Q&A session for addressing any comments, any doubt. Okay, after the coffee break, can we try to mute someone? Some presentations from ACER, from the DGNR, from the Commission, and also from the stakeholders reference group. So it will be a good moment for discuss about future expectations and future ways to improve the TYNDP. And after a lunch break, and we give you some time for those that are online, at 1:30 we will come back to the meeting, and we'll talk about the challenge of building the grid. We will talk about implementation, and there we have some presentations from manufacturers, Transmission and Distribution Europe, also from the Renewables Grid Initiative, and some example of some relevant projects that has been commissioned recently. So with that, we will conclude around 3. And that's the topics for today's session. So anything else, I will give the floor to Rodrigo to start to present the TYNDP 2024 key findings. Thanks.
Thank you, Patricia. Before we jump into the findings of the TYNDP, I would like to start with why do we do the TYNDP? Beyond being a legal obligation, the TYNDP has the purpose of enabling the energy transition. It has the purpose of supporting the European policies going in this direction, and to do it in a cost-efficient way. This is basically why we do the TYNDP. And now we start looking at the results of the TYNDP and comparing the results with this ambition, with this purpose. So from the cost effectiveness, we can see that by 2030, each euro that is invested in the grid comes back into 2 euros in terms of saved system costs. So we see that, yes, the TYNDP and the projects coming into Europe, they do work in this direction of making cost-efficient investments and making the grids cost-efficient for society. On a second point, we also see that addressing the needs of the system, so when we what the supply and the demand is going to look like, and if we address the part of the electricity infrastructure needed to enable the efficient use of the supply and demand, by addressing the needs, we see that we reduce the dependence on carbon-intensive power, and we also reduce the dependence on imports from non-EU countries. So these projects that we assess in the TYNDP that are promoted by various different project promoters, they do contribute to less dependence on imports, more independence, and less dependence on carbon intensive. So working in the direction of the energy transition, enabling the energy transition and making it faster and cost effective. However, the existing projects, they address only part of the needs. So more projects are needed. So this is also an encouragement to project promoters to start looking where opportunities exist to make the system even more efficient and to enable the energy transition even faster. And how do we do it? Just in a brief manner. So we start the process with the scenarios, which is essentially looking ahead into the future, 2030, 40, 50, and imagining what the world could look like. So we're not, in this TYNDP 2024, we're not trying to forecast the future, but look at potentially different ways that this future could look like and the system could develop. In this, looking into this future and how the demand and the supply would develop, then we do a second part of the study, which is the system needs, where we try to identify what would be the necessary need to make the most efficient use of these supply and demand, to enable this supply and demand to be used in the system to deliver what they need to deliver. Then we collect projects. So these can be developed by different companies. It can be by TSOs themselves. It can be by third party. We collect all of those coming from the industry, which will hopefully address the needs that were identified. And we do a cost-benefit analysis on those projects. So under a number of different indicators, socioeconomic welfare, CO2 emission reductions, for example, we try to assess how much benefit these projects bring to the system. And this is where it comes from, that statement of, well, for every euro that we invest, we roughly get 2 back in terms of saving of system costs. And then this TYNDP will support the policymakers, will support the European Commission in the PCI and PMI process, where from the policy side, there will be an assessment of those projects, a selection of the priority ones, the ones that benefit the most, not just one single country, but Europe in general, to then, in the context of the European Commission, to give support to these projects. Now, in the next slide, I would pass the word to Giulio, where we start looking a bit deeper into how the TYNDP takes place, and also a bit deeper on the results.
Thank you, Rodrigo, and good morning, everyone. Yeah, you can hear me, yes. As Rodrigo was saying, here we look at the study overview before moving to the results to give a little bit of context. So we start from 2030 grid, that is our input, together with the data collected from the TSOs, which is the PMDB, it's the Pan-European Market Modeling Database. We put everything together into one big model, together with the investment candidates. And so there's cross-border capacity increases, but also storage and offshore corridors identified in the ONDP. We optimize this in the the model. So the function looks at the minimum operational cost, but also in minimum investment cost. And the output then is the economic opportunities and infrastructure gaps for 2030, 2040, and 2050. Moving to the next slide, we can look a little bit to the investment candidates. Moving the slides. Okay, thank you. So coordinated planning will be needed across sectors. Our study uses interconnections.
To je pełna akumulator, to nie są akurat akumulatory.
All right, thank you. So I was saying that addressing tomorrow's challenges will require parallel development of diverse ranges of solutions. And you can see some of these in this slide. So in our model, we use transmission lines, energy storage, and offshore corridors. But these needs that are identified in the TYNDP can be met with different solutions, and can be demand-side response, it can be smart grids, it can be a smart sector integration and market design, for example. So it's not limited to these solutions that we give to the optimizer. Moving to the next slide, we can see the results. So you can see that from a geographical distribution, there are needs all across Europe. So the study finds that 88 gigawatts are needed of cross-border capacity are needed by 2030, on top of the 161 cross-border capacity that is expected for 2030. And on the storage side, we need 56 gigawatts of storage power. What does this mean in terms of investments to reach this capacity? It's about 5 billion euros of investment per year. And this would turn into 8 billion of gains of social economic welfare in 2030. If it's also interesting to look at the storage side, you see here Italy and Spain, Germany and Poland are where the most storage capacity is needed. In terms of cross-border capacity, the Nordics and the connection with Great Britain stand out from the study. But what happens in 2040? So looking at the next slide, we see that this is even more evident. What comes into play is the offshore. So you see we have many more nodes. So offshore starts playing a big role in the optimization. We see that batteries are even more needed. The investment is now 6 billion. And as Rodrigo has said before, this turns into more than 2 euros of gains for every euro. So that's the 13 billion that you see in this slide. In terms of capacity, you can see it's we went from 88 to now we have 108 gigawatts of additional cross-border capacity. This includes the 20 gigawatts of offshore hybrid corridors, and the batteries come up to 227 gigawatts to provide flexibility to the system. Now, 2050, with no surprise, would even be more in line with this. We have offshore that is even more present. We need even more capacity. Now it's 224 gigawatts of additional capacity. And in terms of batteries, 540 gigawatts of batteries. The investment increases because there's more capacity. We go to 13 billion euros per year. And this would result in 23 billion euros of gains. These are the results in terms of capacity, but the benefits, as highlighted from Rodrigo at the beginning, in the next slide, the system needs looks now at optimizing in a cost-efficient way. So in this slide, we see what would happen if we would not invest in the grid until 2040. So we would stop at 2030. This we said every euro spent would turn into €2 spent. So we would have 13 billions of euros in social economic welfare. We would avoid curtailment by 130 terawatt hour of renewable energy each year. We would be less dependent on fossil fuel, and also in terms of emissions, investing in the grid would result in cutting CO2 emissions by 31 megatons per year, and you can see the opposite on the left side of the slide. Well, this is my last slide, and I pass the word to Francesco.
Thanks, Giulio. So we saw what is needed, what the outcomes of our investigation, but where are we in terms of addressing these needs? It's probably not a surprise, but the existing transmission projects address only a part of the cross-border needs identified up to 2040, meaning that we need more. As of today, we have, if we compare the project portfolio with for the capacity after 2030, we have around 80 gigawatt of infrastructure that should be deployed into the grid. But the optimized exercise performed in the TYNDP finds that around 108 are needed up to after 2030. So we have a gap there. You can see on the slide a representation of where these gaps are concentrated. In general, they are spread a bit all over the system. Some interesting aspects can be realized. Again, as no surprise, the realization of the EU offshore strategy will require the infrastructure to follow the targets. And this is why in the North Sea, you see between different countries several opportunities to invest in the power system and addressing those needs. But we also see some relevant gaps between the Mediterranean countries. This is also quite not really a surprise, because the relevant the relevant development of RES is foreseen in around the Mediterranean basin, and so the grid will need to follow. So some of these gaps are even bigger than 2 gigawatts, so there is a lot of opportunities there. And basically, it means that no matter the region of Europe you find in, there is a need to invest into cross-border infrastructure. Next slide. One of the new things that were performed in the TYNDP 2024 has been the analysis of the internal constraints into the European system. This was kind of our pilot. We have not performed it on the entire system, but on portion of it, to understand a bit the potential impact that internal constraints might have on the overall optimization of the system. And there are two interesting aspects to be discussed here. One, investing in the system, in the internal networks, is absolutely crucial to ensure that the generation mix is efficiently integrated into the system. Again, it's not a surprise here. I mean, you need the grid to make sure that the consumers are able to access the energy generated. You can see here on the slide a bit the zones that we assessed, especially in France, in the Iberian Peninsula, and in Eastern Europe. And here you see the more than 100% capacity increase needs has been found in order to make sure that the targets are integrated after 2030. We can go to the next slide to see the second aspect here, which is related to the cross-border integration. Now, this is interesting because the cross-border integration allows the cross-regional connection. What I mean cross-regional is not anymore about connecting single states, but the complementarity between the different regions of the European system will need cross-border infrastructure to make sure that the energy flows efficiently all along the year. But of course, internal national systems have a huge role here because you need to make sure that the energy infrastructure realized between countries is optimally used. And in order to do so, you have to invest into the national system. So it's not only a national need. We have this, let's say, new dimension of the national electricity grids, also with a European perspective, with the capacity of national system then to enable the cross-regional connections and to enable the complementarities between the different energy mixes. We can go to the next slide. So we have, of course, the aspect of efficiency. Our grid is not a new grid. We have been investing into the European grid since decades now. And so this must be done with efficiency because, of course, for example, space is a resource. Now, of course, the TYNDP has its foundation in the scenarios, and the scenarios already implement the energy efficiency. First, with significant efficiency improvement of around 29.4%. So the demand that and in general, the energy system that we use when investigating the infrastructure needs is already based on scenarios that put efficiency at the center. But of course, then also when we explore the expansion of the capacity, we take into account that this should be done. We always say optimally, but what optimally means? Optimally means that the target function is there in order to make sure that one, the system is, of course, cost efficient, and second, that all options can be used to define those needs. We are not there to say we need this or that technology. We are there to assess what is needed in order to optimally interconnect the systems. And so, let's say the future will see higher flows, and this will need to be addressed with whatever solution is available. Next slide. So we saw a little bit what does it mean in the previous slides to invest in the grid from, let's say, a power system perspective. But it's also important to understand that investing in the power system is not simply related to make the grid work from a technical and economical perspective. It has in general the final objective of benefiting the European society. So we run an analysis of the impact of the project portfolio, which sums up around 288 billion in the EU. If you count also other countries, this number is even higher. And we assessed what would be the impact, what will be the impact of from the realization of this infrastructure. So the numbers are quite relevant. We have plus 603 billion in production, meaning a sum up of account payment for the promoters and the suppliers. So quite a big impact in terms of overall value chain in the infrastructure sector, but also a benefit to the European Union GDP of 247 billion, with additional 4.1 million jobs around the continent and tax revenues for 111 billion euros. So this clearly shows the fact that putting that euro into the energy system is not just about reaching the targets, it's not just about making sure that the system works, it's in general about bringing benefits then to the citizens of Europe. We can go to the next slide, and I think I can, yes, pass the word here to Lea.
Thank you, Francesco. So, as you may know, the TYNDP was for consultation since end of January for 6 weeks. So the consultation ended 10 days ago. We've spent these 10 days digesting all your feedback, and there were quite a few answers, 21 responses covering the entire TYNDP. So now we are done looking at all the content. It's been an intense week. As next step, we plan to share the TYNDP for opinion in early April. In the feedback that we got, it was overall positive. I think we see and appreciate really a lot of appreciation for the work that has been done. Of course, there is also calls for improvements. So most of the comments were on the system needs and on scenarios and our methodologies. Like for previous TYNDPs, there are quite a few calls for clarification. So probably some points that are not clear enough that we could explain better. And also quite a few comments wondering where is some data, or maybe sometimes stakeholders thinking the data is not there, when actually it is, but we did not manage to make it easy enough to find. So this is something we have to improve. On what you can expect in the next version of the TYNDP, so for release in the week of around the 7th of April, we are going to try to make the data easily to download directly from the visualization tool. So this is a work in progress. As I said, we are going to clarify a few points that were where there was some misunderstandings in both the reports and the methodologies. We have received a few corrections from promoters directly to correct some of the project's data, so that you can find in the project sheets. And as usual, with the updated package, we'll publish a consultation report with a summary of all the feedback and all the answers in case you want to take a look at them. So this is it for this presentation for this first part of this event. Now, here is your time to speak and have questions or any reaction, either in the room or online. I would like to ask you to please give your name and organization if you want to speak. And online, please raise your hand and we will unmute you. I don't see questions in the room for now. Yes, Abby.
Yeah, it's a question about storage. So a clarification request. So the storage which you mentioned, which you are publishing in the study, is this encompassing the whole storage capacity, or is it something of only of cross-border relevance? Why I'm asking this question, because the numbers I was observing, for example, like you mentioned by 2040, around 227 gigawatt of storage capacity. Maybe it's not very much in line with what, for example, European Commission has projected in their impact assessment on the 2040 climate targets. And interestingly, like the storage capacity, 24 gigawatt, which you have mentioned, the current capacity, that is not really matching with the real storage capacity of the EU as of now, because we have around, if we include pump storage capacity, it's around 50 gigawatt. So this is my question. So is it only the storage of some cross-border relevance, or is it encompassing all the storage capacity?
Maybe I can take this one. So it's all the storage. For 2030 and 2040, we give only utility scale storage. So the model has linear possibility to scale up storage, and this is taken from scenario building. So it's the same cost per unit of capacity. And then the optimizer can choose how much to build. While in 2050, we also look at the prosumer storage on top of the utility scale batteries. So
Okay, thank you. I think then it could be an error in the report, probably because in the report you mentioned 24 gigawatt now. Because if you take pump storage capacity itself, it's around 47 gigawatt or something like that. So maybe it's my mistake. I don't know. Like we have to check that number.
All right.
Because
Yeah.
maybe it's a typo in the report. I don't know.
But maybe it's only referring to electrochemical, but we can check. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed, our number was only battery, but I noted this comment from the consultations and we'll make an edit on that. I see someone has their hand raised online. Sandy, I'm unmuting you now, if I can manage.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thank you. I would just like to ask, because we are, I'm a project promoter for a pump storage, and we are actually always in contact with you, with TYNDP, and I would like to understand why the communication goes in parallel with another. It was called NRC4 projects, and we missed some presentation last week. So we were not informed, and I would like to understand why this procedure goes in parallel to another team. You could explain me that. Thank you.
Should I take also this one? I think, yeah, Sandy, I think because the two processes, as we show in the slide, Rodrigo shown the process. No, we have ENTSO E process, and then we have the European Commission process, and so the two communications go in parallel because they are two different processes. So you receive the communication for our bit from us, and you receive from the DGN or the PCI communications.
Indeed. Just to complement, I mean, there have been correspondence in the meantime, and on the PCI PMI selection process, which is managed by the Commission, as was explained earlier in the slides. I mean, we have had information sessions since last midsummer, also for potential candidate projects and promoters, and invited them continuously to register for our mailing lists and to ensure that you get the information needed. So in your specific case, I think this has been sorted, but there is the ENTSO E TYNDP process and the PCI PMI selection process with different mailing lists and correspondences.
One more. Sorry. So earlier I forgot to mention my affiliation. So I'm Abhi from Euroelectric. So one more comment, if there are not many. So like since we are also representing distribution system operators, I think I'm just repeating, like the concern which we have been mentioning at several platforms in the consultations. So I really appreciate, the advance or the progress which has been made in the past few years in the TYNDP, because I have been following this process last 4 or 5 years at least from Euroelectric, and I really appreciate what we have done so far in terms of the improvements, the visualization, the publications, the transparency, everything. But I think still, like from a whole system perspective, still there is a lot of room for improvement. For example, when it comes to system needs study, I think still we can go a bit, expand the scope, to include, for example, like more insights about flexibility. And also, we cannot forget, like when you mentioned electricity infrastructure, we didn't see distribution grid, right? So I know there is some work happening parallelly with DSOs, with entity, etc. But I think still there is some room, like to involve DSOs into this process rather than just directly consulting, but maybe like into maybe like a bit more grassroots level. For example, like I can tell you, like since I'm involved in the stakeholder reference group, we are working with the TYNDP scenarios, right? I think still maybe when you are projecting the demand, this future demand, a lot of this demand is going to come to the distribution grid, and they have more clarity on the, like the future numbers. I think we could involve DSOs a bit more, like in a bit more details into the future process. So I'm just reiterating what I've been telling in several platforms, but I think this is a thought for the future. I think because again, like as I said, like 70% of the future renewables are going to be connected to the distribution grid. So I think, yeah, that's it.
So, indeed, 2 points here, the flexibility and distribution. Starting from the first one, the expansion of the candidates and in general expansion of the investigation is indeed important. As ENTSO, we are doing several efforts on the point of flexibility. So it's on the radar for the TYNDP, because there then it's important to understand how to correctly individuate then flexibility needs also in relation to other mandates that we have. So in order to coordinate then the development of the long-term planning studies then with the more, let's say, short-term analysis that we have to perform, but it's indeed relevant. On the distribution part, work is ongoing. We need to define a little bit where what we can do, let's say, on the short term, on the long term. There is ongoing collaboration on the scenarios to better define the demand side, because it's indeed one of the biggest transformations are expected at distribution level, especially on the demand side in terms of profiles and in terms of overall performance of the system. When it comes to the system needs and the analysis of the cross-border needs there, it might become a bit tricky on the short term, also because there is a process right now, also on the DSO's colleague side, to uniform a bit their planning tools. So right now we are collaborating on them on several aspects. We are in contact on this. Of course, as soon as we will be able to consider it more thoroughly, even in the infrastructure, in the system needs, we are fully open to it. But right now, there is it's something definitely for the future, but it will need some technical discussion to understand how to adequately reflect the relationship between, let's say, the different voltage levels when it comes to cross-border analysis.
Yeah, thank you, Francesco. And it's a relevant topic what you mentioned. Of course, there are several activities of collaboration with the EU DSO entity, as Francesco mentioned. And it's also a topic that was on the agenda of the last Copenhagen Infrastructure Forum, the existence of the distribution network development plans and how they can show a visibility of the distribution networks. EU DCO entities working on that ideas of harmonization, and for sure we all will benefit of the existence of that distribution network development plans, and I guess that we will see more results on that in the future. Sure.
We have one question online. I don't know. I can take it. It's on the clarification regarding the next steps. The TYNDP will be shared for opinion in early April. Could you, I think, explain better? So, as Lea has said before, the TYNDP was in for public consultation for 6 weeks, and you have seen the results of the public consultation and the comments we have received. The next step, based on the 10-year regulation, is to share it with ACER, ECM member states. So this will happen early April, as Lea has said. But Anna, I think maybe we can unmute you if you want, but this answers your question.
Maybe just complementing the further steps. So ACER then has 3 months to provide their opinion, and also member states to provide an opinion to the Commission, and then the Commission has their time to then provide the final opinion, let's say, on the TYNDP, and then the official final publication follows then the last step from the Commission.
I do not see any more questions online or no hand raised online. Anyone in the room? Yes, sure.
Since we're also awfully quiet, I decided to make a comment. Jan from Acer, the comment is not on us being quiet, but maybe extending a bit on what Abhi said, the point on the DSO involvement. I think it's highly relevant, and I also see an additional layer to it. Maybe not that much in this sort of technical aspect. Of course, this is there and it's quite obvious, but it's also to help the colleagues on the DSO level get engaged on this pan-European aspect. I think the TSOs are naturally used to cooperating across borders, regionally and so on, but the DSOs for sure are not. So they are a bit enclosed in their environments, and to really get their knowledge out there and to have them cooperate and coordinate, I think it's really good to have the example of ENTSO E, who has been doing that for many, many years. Thanks.
Okay, if there are no one else who wants to make a reaction or ask a question, we've been extremely clear.
Yeah, possibly the next sessions will have more discussion, as we already had a TYNDP workshop some weeks ago presenting the results, and we had also discussed on this topic. But we have another question here on the room, so please.
Yeah, just very fast. Gianluca from Amber here. Lea, you were mentioning that new updated data will be published post-consultation. Maybe I missed it, but is there a date for that foreseen?
I think we're aiming for the week of 7th April.
Okay.
But I cannot give you like a
perfect
date.
Thank you.
Yes, Abhi?
One more question, again, into the details. So where can we see cross-border requirements in the study, but is there a different publication or within the TYNDP where we can see, for example, historically, what is the internal transmission capacity now and what is required in the future? Maybe I missed it somewhere, but...
So when it comes to the internal system, there is always a line between the TYNDP mandate and the National Development Plan's mandate. We align the two products, first of all, on the current configuration, because our model technically starts from a grid configuration that represent today's condition, in order then to perform the analysis. But when it comes to the accumulated, let's say, internal needs for the different countries, that can be found in the different national development plans, because they, of course, they have their own requirement dictated by their own, let's say, national regulations and the NRAs. So the TYNDP there has a mandate to be aligned with them, but then, of course, the information related to national systems should be looked into the single plans of the different countries.
Be useful from an EU perspective, like to have an aggregated number somewhere, like just to assess, just to have a perspective. Also the historic capacity. I don't know, like it's also not there if I'm correct, like how much transmission capacity we have, for example, between Germany and Belgium. Like is it available in an aggregated platform somewhere?
Here, then we are referring to the aggregated cross-border capacity today versus the needs of tomorrow. Is this the question, if I got it right?
Yes, yeah. So earlier question was about the internal, but then my second question is about cross-border capacity. Currently, what we are having, I see 2030 capacity in the study because which is based on the current TYNDP. But then if I have a question like, what is the current 2024 capacity? I don't find it in the study.
Yeah, so this is one of the reasons. In the TYNDP, since we're looking very much into the future, we apply the NTC model, not flow-based, which is the one applied in real-time system operation. Part of the reason why we don't do flow-based in the future is that the calculation of these flow-based domains, which essentially defines how much capacity you would have cross-border, depends on the development of the network and depends on the development of the generation. Meaning, if the generation is in a certain place, you have one direction of flow-based, but if the generation develops somewhere else, you have another direction. So making exact assumptions, let's say, of where the generation is going to go in 2040, 2050, can be a bit risky, and we could end up with a flow base that we think is better because flow base is better, but if you're basing it on assumptions that cannot be confirmed or cannot be truly done in a robust way, then you end up having worse results. So you think you're doing better, but actually you might be doing worse. So at least that's one of the key reasons why so far we don't use flow-based in the very future TYNDP, whereas in system operation, real time, day ahead, you know where the system is. You know what you have, you know where the generation is, you know what the demand is, so you can use flow-based very confidently. So it's a bit difficult, let's say, to make this comparison on the same basis. However, you can find in the ENTSO E transparency platform, you can find the what is being used, let's say, in the day-to-day and even a bit of the historical.
Okay, if no one else wants to say anything now, I say we take an early coffee break. Unless, no, I see no one online as well. So, okay, let's take a break now for 20-25 minutes, and then we'll be right back.
So we will start the next session. So please, those that are here in the room, take your seats. Thank you for your patience, for the ones that are online. We will see now the session talking about the future of the Europe's long-term infrastructure planning, and I will start with what's the ENTSO proposal for the next release. So if, okay, so well, the TYNDP, as you may know, has come a long way since the beginning. It has been 13 years, and more than 15 years since the ENTSO Foundation. In fact, last year we had our celebration of this 15 years anniversary. As I always say that network planning is a living process. Yeah, the context evolves and new requirements appear constantly. So there with continuous improvement philosophy and a learning by doing process, we have been delivering already 70 ONDPs. Each one better than the previous one, I would say. I can say it because I have been a witness of all those TYNDP releases since that first one. I think that today the TYNDP is well established as the reference common European planning tool for the DSOs and in general for the users of the European transition system. You can see there are some of the key milestones that we get in all these years from the beginning and a fair list of projects and establishment of the CBA process first for the transmission projects, later for the storage too. Since 2016, we have a real planning study and not a sum of national perspective. And also a key milestone was in 2018 the joint scenarios process with ENTSO E. In 2020, one key element was the new methodology for the system need study. That, according to the comments that we received from the stakeholders, is one of the key elements of the TYNDP process. And we also introduced the feedback from the NECPs in that year. In 2022, we work on the stakeholder engagement, and that was with an early engagement on methodologies and also with the results and that interactive data platforms that we had and had a very good feedback from you. In 2024, of course, we had the first ONDP coming from the new TENER regulation. It was the first time that we took a look to 2050 time horizons, also in relationships with the requirements on the offshore topic, and we made an early consultation on the engagement plan. What comes from the future? So here we have three main aspects, and afterwards we will go in some more details. But of course, one key aspect is the full implementation of the ACER framework guidelines. Also, the integration of the stakeholders reference group in all the scenario building process, and a joint optimization of the onshore and offshore. So if we go to the next slide, we will see some of those aspects with more detail. First, the scenarios. The idea for the TYNDP 2026 scenarios is that we will move from the past setup based on the combination of bottom-up and top-down scenarios to an approach that is more aligned with the ACER framework guidelines. It will be the first implementation of these framework guidelines that in the 2024 edition, it was not possible because they were out when the process has already started, so they couldn't be fully implemented, but different for this time. And the proposal then here is that we will have a central scenario, that is that green dots that we have in the screen, up to 2050, and based on the latest updated NECPs that will build the national trends that we usually call the bottom-up scenario, and it has that plus there. That means that if there are gaps to fulfill the objectives, we will amend that total sum of the updated NECPs. They were updated last year according to the regulation. I think that still there are 5 national development plan, around 5 NECPs that are still pending to be delivered, but even so we have the draft ones. And of course, it could be great that in the future, more alignment of the data that are delivered by the NECPs is available, so that the gathering of all the information from them is easier to digest and to implement, and we have less room for interpretation, because finally it gives to many discussions to try to understand what's there and have a common database for the scenarios. Yeah. So, well, after this central scenario, we will develop economic variants to that NCP-based scenario with a shorter span in 2035 and with a wider one in 2050. And these economic variants will work as a stress test for the assumptions of this national trust scenario, but still aligned with the European objectives. So that's the proposals for the next scenario process. And if we go to the next slide, we will take a look at the methodology. That, well, of course, the system needs is a key tool to explore the evolution of the European transmission system. One thing that we want to do is to have an early engagement about the approach of methodologies. We will arrange a dedicated workshop, stakeholder workshops, with a roundtable format to discuss the methodologies in detail before the summer, probably in May. So please keep tuned to the ENTSO website and the newsletter to be aware of when this event will take place, and you are more than invited to join. But the first ideas, or there are several aspects that are worthy of explanation. One is that this cycle will be the first one that we will perform an integrated assessment of needs onshore and offshore to optimize both in parallel. It was not possible in the current one, in the 2024, because, well, the regulation asked for the ONDPs by January 2024. So it was not fully in line with the global timeline, but it was a very good experiment to show all that information. The last TYNDP that we have published already integrates and has a very good alignment with the ONDPs, but the next TYNDP will have a full integration, and that will also be a very good improvement. Yeah. Also, the candidates that are considering this system needs exercise will probably evolve, and we should discuss how they could cover more possibilities and all relevant borders to investigate a more global approach to the European system. The model developed should be flexible enough to ensure relatively fast calculations and also possibilities to consider sensitivities. We were mentioned before, that's economic variance. So it will be good to have an effective and flexible model for that. And last, this maritime spatial planning, the 2022 TEN regulation included the new element. This new element in the assessment of the offshore system needs. It has been already explored in the ONDPs in 2024. And now it could be expanded on how to link more robustly to the system needs study. So it will be something also to explore. In the next slide, we see this optimization between offshore and onshore. It will be one of the key elements, and for sure it's something that has been requested by the stakeholders in the public consultation, that understanding on how offshore networks and onshore networks link and how they can be optimized together. So if we go to the next slide, regarding the cost-benefit analysis, well, 2040 is intended to be the central time horizon for the next TYNDP. Perhaps in the last process, 2030 was the key year. But for 2026, it will be only 4 years ahead. So it's perhaps too close, and it's time to look a bit further to 2040. And also time is also mature enough now to start consider the 2050 time horizon. And I'm probably perform a light CBA on that time horizon and start thinking on that long term. And about the short term, discussions are still ongoing to define the most suitable short-term time horizons. 2030, 2035 are on the table, of course, but there are still some ideas on that, and it's not completely clear. And of course, the CBA methodologies are also a point that is relevant to try to go on developing, to try to go on including new elements for the assessment, and also the implementation will continue on the CBA. Next topic could be the starting grid, and we are aware that an adequate starting grid is the foundation of a robust assessment of the system needs. Probably you are aware, but this starting grid represents the starting point of the whole assessment of the starting grids, and we have been always saying that a light starting grid, strongly based on real projects that are already under realization, that's either under construction or having performed environmental assessment already, can ensure that all the needs are properly assessed. And it's also important there the criteria for the creation of this starting grid that assess the maturity of the projects. That should be further strengthened. We have to take into account that the permitting processes in the whole European countries are diverging, they are not fully harmonized, so sometimes it's not so easy to make some comparisons to have the same approach for all the countries. But one thing that for this time will help us a lot on this is the call for projects of the new TYNDP, that it will take place in spring. It will take place in some weeks' time. Instead of taking place in autumn, as usually, we will have another window in autumn for those conceptual projects that are not so mature, but we will have a window now in spring, and that will help us to analyze better with more detail all the projects that could opt to be in this starting grid, and it will also help to build the grid to the scenario process. Also, the optimal year to consider the starting point of the expansion is a relevant aspect. Today, perhaps 2030 could be the most suitable year, but it's something to discuss. And last, aligning the USN starting point with the CBA network model, what we call usually the reference network to assess the projects we add. We take out projects to make the assessment of what's the impact of each individual project that we have in the TYNDP portfolio. That's also an aspect that we have to take care to guess if it can allow to have a more efficient development process there, considering the timeline that we have in these 2 years of building the TYNDP. So the next slide deals with the modeling, and here the challenge, of course, is big. We have to identify synergies to streamline the process while we address onshore, offshore, flexibility needs, inertia needs. We consider cross-sector coordination and integration, and to have a good granularity level to fit the national development plans. That granularity also will help to identify which could be the landing zones for the offshore infrastructure. So this is probably more complex than one node per country market model, but of course open possibilities. So it's something that we have to explore how to approach and how to deal with this complexity. Next slide is related to the stakeholder engagement plan. Here, the proposed scope of the studies and a draft stakeholder engagement plan was put in consultation from December to January. We have received around 10 answers from stakeholders, which has been assessed. Overall answers are positive on the proposed high-level scope of the studies, and in particular on the time horizons, that there were some agreement that 2040 could be the priority. Also, there were interest in assessing 2050 and also 2035. And you have there some of the comments that we receive, the appreciation of the integrated study for that cross-border capacity storage and hybrid offshore. Also, the request to have some discussions on the methodology that we will do for sure, as I mentioned before. And also some requests to alert the stakeholders to public consultations already well before they actually start. So for that, please stay tuned to the website, stay tuned to the newsletter that we have at ENTSO E. If you are not receiving it, please ask to receive it, because you will have there all the details of the next steps and next consultation, next events. So take aware of it to be able to contribute in the proper time. Yeah. So I think this was the last slide from my side. You have there the contact in case of any questions out of the meeting, and you have all the information also at the website that you have there. And this could be the last slide from my side, and I will give the floor to Andrew. That is the representation today of the stakeholder reference group to give.
I think we go with you first.
You can go with
yeah.
whoever you prefer.
No, I was following the slide, so.
I didn't send my slides.
That's why.
So what as can we
we can go with the slide.
Upload the slide or share the screen?
I can
Okay,
prefer
so.
share the screen, but we can also do that. You prefer me sharing the screen or?
Yeah, please.
Okay, thanks, and sorry for this hiccup, technical hiccup. I guess it was partly my fault for not sharing the slides in advance. Try to keep them secret till the very end. Wait. No. Wait. Oops. Okay, cool. Thanks. So once again, my name is Jan from ACER, the European Union Agency for the Cooperation of Energy Regulators. We are the ones who usually issue opinions at the end of processes which are run by the ENTSOs, and we usually play the role of the main critic of the products. But this time, of course, I will take this opportunity to be maybe a bit of a different, to add a bit of a different perspective to the whole thing. And as you'll see through the slides, there are not many slides. The concept, the line sort of that connects the slides is the question of how do they do it? And the first one is, of course, in the sense of saying, wow, how do they do it? Because it's really a very, very complex and complicated process. One cannot imagine if you only see the slides which are presented, you can understand to some level of complexity, but of course the work going into it from ENTSO E, from the TSOs, from all stakeholders, of course, in some parts even extending to ENTSOC and others. It's extremely complex, and here I would really congratulate everybody involved for running such a complex process and making things happen. So just maybe stating a few of the obvious, very complex parts of things. In all of these, we are of course involved in one way or the other, and yeah, once again, it's difficult to keep track of all of the things happening. It's difficult to keep track of also of all of the inputs which are being provided into the process. And I think ENTSO E is, despite the difficulties, doing quite a good job, I have to say. This, of course, doesn't mean that Acer doesn't have any criticism to give on these individual things. We have quite a lot, but please bear this in mind that we are seeing this process as an excellent achievement, but we always focus on things which can be further improved to make it even better. Yeah, maybe I'm going a bit ahead with my speech versus the visuals. How do they do it? Also versus the timing. Well, here maybe it's a bit of less perfect picture, because doing it all in 2 years, that is the expectation, and well, we see that it's very difficult, if not impossible. If we judge from the last TYNDP cycles, one would tend to say that it's close to impossible. We haven't yet seen it done very nicely in 2 years, so it's always a bit extending over. There are always a bit of delay. So it's, first of all, it's starting before the new 2-year cycle. The scenarios already start to be developed before it, and at the end we unfortunately see lots of delays. This in part, of course, is due to the sequential approach to the whole thing. I think this was shown in one of the slides at the beginning. We have scenarios, and then once that process is done, you have the needs, and then once that is done, you have, and so on and so on. And of course, this sequence takes its toll. So for whichever process you add a delay on, it then contributes to the delays of other processes. And if you want to shorten the delay, then you have to somehow shorten that part of the development, which is not always good. You have to somehow balance these things, and it's not an easy balance to make. So scenario development, I think, is probably the one creating the biggest chunk of the delays. It's quite long, considering that it starts before the new cycle officially begins, or before the existing cycle ends. You already start with the new scenario development process. And whilst, again, recognizing the complexity of the whole thing, it is something that we would hope that in the future we find ways how to address it. So how to try to avoid delays, how to make this smoother. As mentioned, whichever delay is in the process because of this sequential approach, you need to reduce efforts elsewhere. And this can end up, of course, being usually a bad thing, because then people will point to that part and say, this should have been done better, or there weren't sufficient consultations, or whichever product came late to us and we weren't able to review it in time, and so on. And then, of course, it's also impacting the PCI part, which is a process which comes after the TYNDP. The question is, can such a process even fit in a 2-year time horizon? I think this is maybe a difficult question to make, and I think we have to honestly ask ourselves whether it is doable. The complexity is there, the complexity is growing, so it's not being reduced. And the more and more people are involved, more and more interest in infrastructure, I think it's going to be increasingly difficult to make it fit unless we change it now. But this, of course, is a story is a topic for a different discussion. But no, really, how do they do it? This to me and to many of us still keeps on being the question, and it's linked, of course, to the complexity of the whole thing. But too much or lots of the process itself remains rather unclear. Again, it is linked to the fact that this is a complex process. It is very technical. The lower you go, the more complexity arises and the more technical knowledge you need to have to understand it. But still, parts of it remain rather sort of like a black box. Now, transparency is the key aspect here. It is improving, but we believe it should be further improved. And this, of course, can go in many ways. So how to make it transparent for all those interested, for those stakeholders or the public, let's call it like that, who is interested in the results. Think even more about what to present in which way so that the transparency is realized to meet the expectations of the public, of course, and this changes according to the stakeholders or the different public you have in mind. But it is a key aspect. European Commission and Acer, I think, should be involved. I, from time to time, feel like we are a bit of a, not appreciated or seen as a problem causer to some extent, which I'm sure it's not always the case, but we do tend to come with our own positions, which may not be fully aligned, of course, not with how you're doing things. It causes an additional burden on your side trying to fulfill our expectations. But I think having us on board is something that truly should be a key element in the future TYNDPs, even more so than it was in the past. And I think this did gradually improve over the TYNDPs, but I think there is still some room for further improvement. And once again, I think this growing interest of stakeholders, I think, can be used to the advantage of the TSOs at the end, because the TSOs are the ones who are building the projects. They need the public on board. I think we all know that the different effects of NIMBY and banana and all these acronyms which are there, and it's true. I think at the end of the day, you need to rely also on the fact that the public is there to support the project. So the more stakeholders you have supporting, the better the leverage you have to also increase the trust of the public. And with that, I end. Is it better to leave the question mark or better to leave a blue screen? Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Jan. We give the floor now to Rafael Sauten from the European Commission. I guess that we also have to upload the slides. So thanks.
Thank you, Patricia, and everyone. As you see, I'm just sharing my screen and need to go now on a full screen. Where is it? Thank you very much. Sorry for this delay. Thank you very much for inviting me for this workshop, which I think covers an extremely relevant topic. And I will cover many of the topics that have already been mentioned, and I will go in a 3-step, so to speak. First, a bit where we stand, then more specifically on the 2026 TYNDP expectations from the Commission side, and then going a bit even beyond the 2026 perspective and the European Grid Package that has been announced. So, but also to first maybe say, as Patricia in her presentation showed, there has been important progress made over the last 10 years in the TYNDPs, with the most recent additions of the offshore network development plans, the ONDPs, but also progress on the needs assessment exercise. We've seen it in the first session with, for example, the internal reinforcements that have been identified and other elements. So I think these are all positive elements to highlight. But where do we stand? In the current 10E regulation, 10E framework, and TYNDP, we have these two processes, and it comes back to a question we heard earlier in the first session, where there was a bit of confusion. We have on the left-hand side the TYNDP process led by ENTSO E with the different steps which have already been explained, and on the right-hand side the Commission-led PCI PMI process, which builds on the TYNDP and where the TYNDP constitutes an essential input, the basis, so to speak, in this process. Hence, the importance of the TYNDP, the quality of the TYNDP, the results, and so on. So it's an extremely important product, and this is, I think, clearly reflected in this slide. And this is then also further specified here when we look at the different roles of the actors. And I realized just before starting the slides, I forgot to mention ENTSO E in the slide, which is a bit, but it goes without saying that ENTSO E plays a central role in all of this. But what we have highlighted here is the role, and this comes back to what Jan in his presentation said, the role of ACER and the role of the Commission throughout the process, with opinions and with an approval, a function of some of the elements, and hence also the importance of the three entities, if I can call it like this, to work closely together. And we have the cooperation platform, which is a very useful forum to discuss and make sure that things are going in the right direction. And maybe to highlight here the ACER framework guidelines that were published in January 2023, and these made an important step forward on the scenarios block, with, for example, the stakeholder reference group being established, from which we will hear in a second more details on the recommendations. And I think we've already seen in the TYNDP 2024 changes thanks to these framework guidelines, and we will see more in the 2026 process. And this brings me then to the next slide on some expectations, and I split them between scenarios and the needs block. And we have here three topics. One is the timeline, data collection, and stakeholders' involvement. And on the timeline planning, we know it's a complex process with many actors involved, which makes planning timelines difficult. But what we would see as an important step forward, if the overall timeline could be communicated more kind of transparently, and also to be able to the extent possible, meet the deadlines and timelines, which would also help then on our end, so to speak, with the PCI PMI selection process, and on this to have a high level of transparency. On the data collection, it was already touched upon in Patricia's presentation. What we would like to see is a better alignment with some of the indicators with the Eurostat definitions to make them more comparable. Also, the final NECPs that have been mentioned, and then a better cooperation between the national and European level, but also of the ENTSO, ENTSO E, ENTSO G, and NOH entities, to make sure that we have this cross-sectoral perspective well reflected in the process. And then the last element is stakeholder involvement. And this is, again, transparency. We will have a more detailed presentation by the stakeholder reference group on this topic. And we consider this very important. But I would also make one point on the last bullet here on wider consultation transparency. I think what is important here is to ensure that we are open and ensure that all stakeholders are involved, but we need to keep in mind also the overall timeline and the complexity of the process. And I think this is also what was mentioned earlier, how to keep things basically possible within the 2 years framework. On the needs, two blocks is the more integrated approach. I already touched upon it, and again, higher transparency. And on the more integrated approach, it's across sectors with the different ENTSOs, but it's also about the different levels. The EU level with the TYNDP and the consistency with the national development plans. And it was mentioned this morning, even going one step further, the distribution grid planning in order to ensure that these perspectives are adequately and to ensure consistency. And this touches also upon what was mentioned earlier, the level of granularity that is used in the exercise, and also the integrated approach offshore-onshore, which is also very important. On the transparency, one element I've highlighted here is the question about the starting grid, the reference grid, and how these criteria are applied. I think this is a very important part of the process and should be transparent. And the second bullet here is about the conceptual projects that are being used in the needs exercise. There, we would also welcome more transparency on the selection of these projects, what are the assumptions on costs and other elements. I think that would help to improve the process. Then the CBA guidelines. I know these are not, strictly speaking, part of the 2026 exercise, so we look a bit beyond the 2026 exercise. But I think what is important in the guidelines, when implementing the guidelines, to improve the level of monetization and the consistency of the calculations. And I mean, just to mention security of supply benefits / flexibility, where further improvements I think many stakeholders have also asked for. And then also ideally a more centralized approach to some of the calculations, where at the moment we only have a verification by ENTSO E, where ideally we would have a more centralized calculation approach to ensure consistency across the different projects. And the last point here is climate risks, better accounting of climate risks. There was last week a workshop specifically on this topic, for example, and how to reflect climate mitigation elements appropriately in the CBA assessment of the projects. Let me then, the last slide, before concluding with the last slide, and this is again more a kind of longer term perspective. You might have seen in the Clean Industrial Deal that was published a couple of weeks ago, together with the Affordable Energy Action Plan, the Commission announced that we will prepare and publish a European grid package. There are several elements that are directly relevant for this discussion, and I noted down a few of them. One is the simplification of the 10E process / PCI PMI application process, which might have then also implications for other elements. It mentions clearly, and it touches very much about what we've discussed so far in this workshop, the better integrated planning, and this is across the different levels, but also across the different sectors. It's about streamlining of the permitting process and also the better reflection of the distribution grids in what we're doing. And of course, digitalization, innovation, and this relates to the modernization of our grids. What was also mentioned earlier, the question non-infrastructure solutions versus infrastructure solutions, that these are adequately taken into account in order to achieve an optimized system that is based on a cost-efficient planning and cost-efficient investments to limit the costs that all of us have to bear in the future. So that's it from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rafael. And now, yes, it's the time for Andrik, the stakeholders reference group leader, yeah, and coming from Renewable Grid Initiative, yeah, right? So that's your turn to give your view on what are the expectations from the stakeholder group.
Thank you very much for the invitation and also the floor to present our work and the views of the stakeholder reference group. So my name is Andrzej, and I have the honor to be a co-convener of the stakeholder reference group, together with Elizabeth Cremona, who is joining online. But there are also today many other members of the SRG in the room also joining online. So it's quite a big representation, and I think it's very good so that the stakeholders show that there is interest and importance. So I will not only present, let's say, our recommendations, but also knowing that the SRG is a relatively new body in the entire TYNDP process. I would also present our work, our structures, and how we actually contribute to the process. And then I would share some observations and insights, because formally, based on our terms of references, recommendations itself require more complex internal process to come up with them. So having said that, we can please move to the next slide. So what is the stakeholder reference group? So this is an entity that was established with ACER scenario guidelines to ensure key stakeholders in the energy sector to accompany the TYNDP process, with the objectives to provide timely and independent advice how to improve the TYNDP scenarios. This includes the scrutiny of inputs and assumptions, as well as the methodologies, but it also relates to the compliance with overall ACER scenario guidelines, with co-creation of stakeholder engagement plans, and thinking about the recommendations that could be applied in the following cycle. Next slide, please. So currently there is 27 members in the stakeholder reference group. This membership structure is based on the stakeholder groups that were included in the 10E regulation, as well as in the ACER scenario guidelines. It was the selection process included representatives of each of the groups that here you can see in the slides. There's different associations or representatives of different stakeholder groups in order to provide a balanced view of different actors and avoid over-representation of certain stakeholders. This selection the selection process is included in our terms of reference that put up the basis onto our functioning. Next to our work, there are also observers to the SRG, which are both ENTSOs, ACER, the Commission, and also European Scientific Advisory Board on climate change. And click, please. And this is our organizational setup. So the group itself, the way how we organize it's being managed by 2 co-conveners and 2 vice co-conveners. This stems from the fact that having involved so many representatives of different associations requires some additional capacities with our work, which cannot be allocated only to one person. Our content-related work is divided into 4 different working groups in order to harvest the experience and knowledge from the SRG in the most efficient way. And here you can see the division of the working groups that thematically deal with different topics, from looking into entire process and compliance with the scenario guidelines, focusing on demand and transport. The 3rd group deals with broadly understood supply, and the 4th group with carbon management. Next slide, please. So the story of the SRG and also our work is relatively short. So with a formal establishment in autumn 2023, we with the idea of being involved in the 2026 scenario timeline, we already been asked to deliver some recommendation based on initial results of the 2024 TYNDP scenario reports, which we compiled in the beginning of last year. And in February, we published 36 recommendations to these initial results of the 2024 scenarios, with most recommendations relevant and to be applied in 2026 and the future cycles. Here is you can see the groups or the topics that we dealt with, looking into the scenarios. So it starts with the timeline and looking into specific energy carriers or energy sectors. I will not go into detail into specific recommendations, but everything is available online, also on our website, so for other stakeholders to get input, but also for ENTSOs to continue their work while taking the recommendations. And the next slide, please. Which already been included in the 2024 scenario reports. 12 of the recommendations that we published, they were in relation to the 2024 scenarios, and they have been considered by ENTSOs and included how exactly they were incorporated into the scenario report. Next slide, please. And next click, please. And a year ago, we started already working on the 2026 TYNDP scenarios. As mentioned in previous presentations, before the official kickoff of the cycle, the work has already begun. It also pushed us to organize ourselves in the most efficient way, which includes weekly coordination meeting for all members, more or less bi-weekly meetings of working groups that are dealing with dedicated topics. Plus, we have some thematic workshops depending on our needs and requests. And next, yes. And first output formal that went from our internal procedures was a publication of our recommendation towards the stakeholder engagement plan that were published and are also available publicly since September 2026. And here you can see those recommendations on the slide, and it's worthy mentioning that in our work we try to consider not only ourselves as being involved in the work of the SRG, but we put attention to the importance of transparency and a broader stakeholder engagement, also to collect feedback and inputs for those who are not directly involved in the SRG. So these efforts are recognized, but we always try to remind that there are some other stakeholders who can deliver valuable feedback to the work being done by ENTSOs. Next slide, please. While these were the published recommendations, there's much ongoing work in different working groups currently, also in the view of the upcoming public consultations of ENTSOs. In different working groups, we are looking into elements included in ACER scenario guidelines, like high-level frameworks related to economic variance, the innovation roadmap, and also timelines, how to allow for this meaningful stakeholder engagement and move forward. In working group number 2, there have been and are planned several workshops dealing with EV modeling, with heat pumps, looking on ETM. Next slide, please. In the third, in the working group number 3, several workshops are being scheduled to deal with commodity prices, with flexibility of heat pumps, and discussions on hydrogen. And within the fourth, the last working group, there are ongoing discussions about the carbon budget methodology and how this should be included in the upcoming scenarios. Next slide, please. And that's just a summary. SRG is, as mentioned, it's a relatively new body, but we managed to become fully operational, and we are trying to fulfill our mandate and deliver valuable input to the process. Next click. We assess it as an intense but a very constructive collaboration with ENTSOs, but also with ACER and the Commission, from whose our mandate come from. Next one, please. We already observed that the outputs of our work are improving the TYNDP scenario process. And the last one. The existence and our work, it proves that the participatory processes within TYNDP process are important and can bring an added value to final outputs. And the last slide with these observations, which are not formal recommendations, but something that we indeed observe, and we acknowledge the increased stakeholder engagement, so not only SRG, but also the public or ESAP-CC. But there is still a room of improvement, specifically in regard to some of the aspects, either deciding about the timelines or adoption of our recommendations. Next one. This work that we have been carrying out together, it proves not only added value to the scenarios, but something similar that Jan mentioned, that it also builds trust between ENTSOs, who are the owner of the process, to see the added value of stakeholder engagement, but it also brings some additional benefits for us while seeing how cooperative ENTSOs are to our requests. Next one. Something that we additionally recognize is responsiveness to our requests, but also additional efforts to improve the efficiency of the work, for example, by inviting the members of scenario building working groups into our meetings, into our discussions. But time is crucial here, and we also see that having clearly communicated or extended deadlines for our work would allow us to deliver more valuable input. And finally, for the future, we see that within the TYNDP scenario process, there is a need to take also other developments and considerations into account, such as climate change, geopolitical changes, policy developments, and putting some attention into sector coupling and more integrated planning. And I think that's it. So thank you very much for your attention, and yes, and we're looking forward for the discussion.
Thank you very much. As we have seen, it's a new body, but you have been doing many things since the creation. So thank you very much for your involvement, and I'm sure that it will contribute a lot to the improvements of the new process. So we had already all the presentations, so it's your turn now. Any comment, any doubt, any proposal that you can put on the table? It's the moment, yeah. We have some comment here in the room, so please introduce yourself and your association. And
yes, thank you, Grzegorz Pawelec, Hydrogen Europe. So thank you for the presentations. I have maybe one comment and one question. The comment would be to very much support some of the comments I heard from all three of you, so from ENTSO E, Commission and ACER, about the need to increase the granularity of the spatial planning, let's say, so to go more into kind of going away from the one node per country approach, which was insufficiently to properly cover the needs for storage, flexible generation, and so forth. So we understand that the complexity that brings for modeling. We understand this is not going to happen from one TYNDP to the other, but we very much would like to support that direction of travel is very good. When it comes to the question, maybe to the European Commission, because there's also a second process in parallel to TYNDP, which is the EU reference scenarios. I mean, I understand that this serves different purposes, so we don't call for one to replace the other, but is there some appetite to make sure that the two processes, which kind of both produce the same thing, they produce some kind of outlook about what the energy system in Europe will look like by 2050. Is there some appetite to make sure that the two works are aligned in terms of using the same assumptions, using the same technological assumptions, the same commodity prices? Because we do see that there is some divergence. When we look at the EU reference scenarios, the results are sometimes very different to what the TYNDP is saying in terms of energy mix, amount of hydrogen, and so forth, which is unhelpful to say the least. So is there some appetite to also work on the convergence, ensuring coherence between the two?
Thanks. Well, I think you know that there are, of course, discussions ongoing. I mean, we from the Commission follow closely also the scenarios process for the TYNDP process, where we also specifically aim to make sure that the scenario as used for the TYNDP process is in compliance with the EU energy and climate targets, as is a requirement in the 10E regulation. When it comes then to other elements you refer to in terms of consistency, it referred to what I also mentioned in my presentation. Some of the elements as used in the scenario work for the TYNDP, the data sources, etc., are not always in a way comparable because different definitions are used and so on. But we're looking into this to be able to also cross-check the consistency. That's what I can say at this stage.
Thank you for all of the presentations. I'm Megan Anderson with Agora Energiewende. I had two questions on different ends of the spectrum of the presentations. The first was about the starting grid, and there was in your slide a mention of a light starting grid. I was just hoping you could expand on what that means first.
Do I take it already? Yeah. So a light starting grid means that in order to make the expansion of the optimal expansion of the system, what is the starting point of the assessment? So it could be the TYNDP portfolio, but of course it has some projects that have different level of maturity. Another possibility could be the existing grid, but perhaps that's too short because there are many projects that are already very mature, that are already under construction and with well progress. So the starting grid is something in between, or the proposal is to have something in between and gathering some projects that are already ongoing. And the approach that is presented in the slide and that light starting grid is to have those projects that have a high level of maturity, that are real projects that are already under construction, or that have the permitting well advanced. That means, for instance, that the environmental assessments are have good progress. Because otherwise the optimization could lead us to different future points. Yeah. So taking that into account is relevant. That's the lightest starting grid that is mentioned. That is between the different possibilities, something in between, and with a criteria that are robust enough and comparable among countries. So that's the idea. So we have here two hands. I think that yeah, please. They're in the corner. You can.
Thank you. From the corner, this is Bram Kleijs from the Regulatory Assistance Project. Just following up on the light starting grid. Just for clarification, is the same approach used for the gas and the electricity grid, ENTSO E and ENTSO G? Do they use exactly the same approach to how that is defined?
So I don't know if you're asking also about what's the approach in the scenario and what's the approach in the system need exercise. For the system need exercise, the approach is somehow different because they are different processes. For the scenarios is also something under discussion. In fact, yeah, what's the consideration for the grid that is considered for building those scenarios that this time with the approach of a central scenario based on national trends. It's also relevant, yeah, that discussion. So the approach is not fully the same for hydrogen, for instance, as projects under construction are not too much, yeah, and with environmental permits also they have a different level of maturity. But there are several options on the table for the approach, and I guess that possibly some of my colleagues from the scenario team can complement a little on that.
Yeah, maybe.
Shall I otherwise, let's say, pitch in? Let's say Aaron Cruz, also, let's say, involved in scenario building itself. And if we would let's say, the aim was to look at how can we do it as consistent as possible. If you look at the definitions that we use for the electricity grid, how to define the reference grid, we start with a, let's say, grid that's already there, and we have, let's say, mature projects. If we would do the same for hydrogen, we would have no reference grid. That means we can calculate nothing. So we need to differentiate anyhow. The intention is to look at, okay, what we're looking at, can we have a kind of similar approach in, let's say, making sure that the cross-sector exchanges are, let's say, tackled in the best way possible. But that means that we need to use different definitions because one has already a starting grid, it's being operated right now, and the other one not. So the aim is to have, let's say, the cross-sector analysis done in the most consistent way possible, but that means we need different definitions for the starting grid.
And what is the consequence then of that different approach? Because that's what I'm trying to understand. Understand that there's no hydrogen grid, of course, but what level of maturity of the projects that you then take into account on the gas side?
And then this is, let's say, currently still for, let's say, the next cycle being discussed in detail what to make on the definitions as such. But in principle, what we're looking is trying to mimic what would be there, let's say, in a kind of existing grid and put that in, but also using, let's say, references to the current PCI list and those kind of things. So we need to find a modus to bring that together. And but the latest discussions are still, let's say, ongoing. But again, the aim is, let's say, analysis between the two sectors, and let's find the best way forward. But there needs to be some, let's say, assumptions.
I think, Andrew, you were.
I had the same question actually.
Okay. Has been addressed?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see how it's give us the next process on that.
There are two questions in the chat as well.
Okay.
So maybe Michael, you want to ask your question out loud? And I will try to unmute you.
Yes, in order to understand the flexibilities which are given by the assets in future, it's also from interest that what was modeled as hybrid heat pumps to understand how they are modeled and their operation are modeled. And I couldn't really identify any sound information for getting a picture what will be the future in view of TYNDP modeling regarding this hybrid heat pumps, which will, in my opinion, have a significant influence on flexible operation and sector coupling. And it's interesting to have in early stage also information about how they will be modeled.
Okay, this is also something that it is tackled in the scenarios more than in the EOSN or CBA assessment. So it's the modelization on how that market model assessments takes care. So I think that Nalan will take this question. Thank you very much about the heat pumps modelization.
So indeed, the hybrid heat pumps, we model them in the TYNDP scenarios. In the last cycle, like in the TYNDP 2024 cycle, how we model them is that you can find more information in the website of 2024 scenarios. And there you will see that at the first step, we model them within the energy transition model tool, where each TSO submitted the modeling of the building environments, building and residential and tertiary environments definition within the definition of the demand. But we didn't stay with this only. We took the hybrid heat pump information from there and also included in the model to see really how this sector coupling allows better optimization of the uses of the sources, whether electricity, gas, or hydrogen, based on the capacities submitted within the by the TSOs. So we are trying to have some sessions already in the SRG stakeholder reference group dedicated on this. So we are being open already for this cycle because meanwhile we are closing TYNDP 2024. We are already quite in advance in the 2026 TYNDP scenarios project, and we are in the middle of the finalization of the assumptions and the methodologies, which includes hybrid heat pumps as well. And we are currently, even like maybe this week or the next week, we have a workshop dedicated on this with the SRG itself. But for the public as well, we aim end of May publication of these data sets and assumptions and the methodologies for the public consultation, where we will also organize a workshop and stakeholder roundtables so that we can discuss with the more general public as well that are not part of the stakeholder reference group.
Okay, thank you for the information.
We had another question on the online.
Yeah, we have one on the costs considered in the CBA implementation guidelines and one in the ONDP. I don't know if the author want to, yeah, Simon. Yeah, if you want to take the floor and state the questions, or if you prefer directly from it.
Yeah, I can formulate. Can you hear me well?
Loud and clear.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so well, basically, as written, I just wanted to direct a question to the ENTSO E representatives if there is any plan to update the standard costs provided in the TYNDP CBA implementation guidelines. Because the background is we have looked at the latest published document from the TYNDP 2024 in search of standard costs for submarine HVDC cables up to 500 kV. And we looked at the values there. We looked at the values that our TSO provided us in the latest national NDP, and also in the that there's a value corridor, so to speak, in the ONDP 24. And we found that the values given in the implementation guidelines were at the very low end. So there was, I think it was below 1 million euro per kilometer of HVDC submarine 500 kV cable, which seems to be rather, well, questionable. And if the consequence of this is that the costs of the TYNDP projects are underrated, so to speak, yeah, that would put, at least for us, a big question mark on the validity of the whole CBA results of the TYNDP. So yeah, maybe if you could comment on that, that would be very helpful.
Yeah, thank you. So first of all, yeah, in every cycle of the TYNDP, we reassess the cost in order to make sure they are updated. So the short answer is yes. Then in the different products, we need to check the methodology behind the development of the different products. For the ONDP, we went through this, let's say, approach of considering 3 different cost sensitivities. We will need to see in the new methodology how to include that, but in general, also given the, let's say, the big updates on the infrastructure market in the past year, we will for sure reevaluate those costs. And normally an approach there is look first of all at the cost included in the scenarios and see their applicability also to the system needs, and see if everything on top is needed. The difference between the different products is also related to the consideration of projects, because in the system needs, we also need to have a look at the data coming from real projects and see how do they interact then with standard costs that normally are a bit higher in order to take into account the uncertainty that need to be considered, especially for really long-term time horizons. If I'm not wrong, we are going to, any cost assumption in the scenarios is going to be publicly consulted together with the rest of the product. And also we will have an exchange with the stakeholders on the system needs methodology during the year. We organize a workshop in May on system needs to start brainstorming a bit with the stakeholder community, and then we will publicly consult also what we intend to do there. So we will have also the possibility to exchange on this on new costs and how we are considering new costs in the TYNDP 26.
Okay, thank you.
I will also make a difference between what is considered in the scenarios or the USN and what is considered in the CBA of the projects of the TYNDP project portfolio, because for that we make a call for the projects and we have that assessment of CBA in the project seats, and there the cost that is considered for the CBA, that is the input for the PCI PMI process is responsibility of the project promoter. So I would make a difference on the consideration of that cost for the CBA and the costs that are considered for the scenarios and the needs assessments that as is consulted as Francesco mentioned.
I would also like to pose a question to Andre from the SRG. As I mentioned earlier already before, let's say thanks for all the work already done and which you also presented now in the slides. But if you look back, what would you want to have done differently?
In terms of delivering input or organizational or
both? What can we learn? Because indeed you're a new setup, and we're working on it. So
I think it's also open question to all of us. But I think something else would be at this stage of forming the group itself, being more realistic about our ambitions and feasibility of delivery and how much resources it might take to do it. So perhaps this would be helpful to all of us, because I think that most of stakeholders that are members of the SRG were involved one way or another in the previous TYNDP cycles, but it's different to just participate in the workshops or deliver written input to public consultation, than being involved in a separate entity that actually doesn't have kind of a legal structure, but it requires commitment from representatives of different organizations. Yes.
Yeah, maybe I'll add a point because I'm also part of this SRG, coordinating one of the working groups. So from the working level, I think we are all learning because this process was not there earlier. So earlier we anticipated 10% of workload to put into this group, but it's not the case now. It's a lot of work. But also I think it's also important if we are divided into different working groups. For example, I'm coordinating working group demand and transport. It would be kind of formally set up, some of the representatives from your relevant working group kind of regularly interact, on certain topics. Now, how it's working is like we try to anticipate some topics, and then we kind of ask through Nala, and we understand who is the responsible person, who is the expert on that topic. But it's more on a voluntary approach. But maybe as we learn, as we go forward, we could kind of formalize like the setup a bit, so that like we can anticipate the topics. For example, on industrial flexibility, we are starting our thoughts now, but you're already advanced a lot in the process, and right now it's not there yet because of the modeling difficulties. But so if we anticipate the topics well in advance from your side and from our side, then maybe we can find like good enough time to work on these topics.
At least welcome to the club, that you understand that it's a lot of work and it's complex.
Completely right. Yeah.
But I think, let's say, even and that's maybe something to think about, just as a general remark. We also appreciate the fact that you can form your independent opinion, and if we are too much involved, how to keep that in such a way. So there shall be a balance somewhere, somehow, to look at. And I also need to take care a bit of our experts, that they don't get involved in everything.
And may I just add one more thing, that despite all these efforts and the capacities involved, also as Abi mentioned, I think that the inclusion of establishment of the SRG and ACER scenario guidelines, for which many of us also contributed to make it happen. If it didn't work relatively good, I would say, that would be a huge missed opportunity. So maybe the reflection at the beginning could have been helpful, but at the same time, we know why we are there, and what we want to improve and how we want to contribute.
Thanks. We have another intervention here in the room. Please.
Thank you, Ms. Chairman. Good morning, citizens. Angelos Harlaftis, EPAFOS Advisors. I represent citizens always. As you know, every year I'm with you. I'm trying to understand. I'm a little bit involved in everything. Before I'm going to put 4 questions. The gentleman from the Chinese representation raised his hand. Maybe he should ask, because it's very important, the Chinese question also for us. Do you have a question or not? So that.
Hello, it's Xinwei from State Grid Belgium International Office. Yes, thank you for proposed the question opportunity. That yeah, we do have general questions, but first of all, we appreciate a lot for the presentations, for a lot of explanations for the 10 years plan. It's quite evident we understand this quite big infrastructure gap in Europe, and also the current capacity volume is limited, and it's also evident to have a expansion project candidate list, and do more onshore offshore integration. So which to say it's complex, a lot of things to do in the future. But currently, what I really want to pose is a general questions. Is maybe it's more about from investor perspective or external. I mean the out of the Europe perspective. So the question is, in generally, does in TSOE or the TSO members really need a lot of help? I mean, are you or do they really welcome the support or the help from the investor or the people out of the Europe? And hopefully we think is a positive answer that everybody probably like to have nice and good cooperation. If in that situation we really like to know what is the communication mechanism, for example, that we understand we have to respect everyone, but like in brief, I mean to be short, like it's recommended to contact the different TSO members for the very individual projects, or that is recommended to have more direct communication, transparent communication with Acer, with your commission, like a different department, or with SRG. Because for us, we are using the Asian, the Chinese methodology. Our logic is probably more on the very detailed missions. So I think if we have the general idea, like what kind of help that we can do and how we can really have the conversation with stakeholders, and what kind of the accurate difficulty, technical investment, and etc. From those very general questions, if we really have the answer, which to say we set up the communication mechanism, then I believe that a lot of process could be really improved. Yeah. So again, to be brief,
maybe you can answer all together because it's ending the time. So my questions are, thank you very much. Gentlemen from China, I think this is not a matter of this discussion, maybe it's in another level, but anyhow, they know better than me. I have some questions here which we discussed at the ENTSO G for the TYNDP some months ago. Because we make scenarios, and okay, it's not bad making scenarios, the planning is in the engineering perspective. So when we make scenarios, we need the budgets. It's a similar question to the previous one, but it's more sophisticated. Because on the ENTSO G, we have very big diversification between the scenario planning and the implementation, because right now we can have this data. When we are from 2020, from 2012 or 2016 planning, we are implementing also. So what's the difference of the budgets we put on the scenarios and the reality? We don't know this. I haven't heard this, at least there. Maybe you know it better. Also, do you have various perspectives and options when you are planning? Because on the ENTSO G, they are following one scenario. And this one scenario, the flexibility and the loss of understanding of the technologies which are coming is not well put it on the planning. Because another question is, do we follow the evolution of the technology? Because technology is rapidly expanding, and when we are investing, maybe we are losing the new coming of the technology, which must be implemented in the next 10 or 20 years. So do we take into consideration this evolution of the technology? Because this needs research and also a department which is following the technology. Why do we need ENTSO G and ENTSO H? In my humble opinion, in the future, this must be in one. Because otherwise we lose money. We put a lot of money which are lost. And right now, maybe the ENTSO H doesn't have a grid. It's an experimental mode, or it's a small one. But we have the technology to put the gas and the hydrogen together, I think. Why should we look them in diversified way, and we don't see them together, but also separate in the same unit? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. There were many questions there. I guess that, trying to gather them more or less all together regarding the status of the technology scenarios and so on. I guess that we mentioned at the beginning, that's why we have an update every 2 years to tackle new things on board. I guess that the associations that you mentioned are working in sectors that have that are in a different moment. So I guess that's perhaps the merging response to another place, yeah. But I guess that there is a good coordination that has been stated at the scenario level with ENTSO E, and now the ENO will also come into the picture. But of course, the sector is in a different moment. So let's see in the future on that. And regarding, there were many comments there regarding the implementation of the projects. And of course, we will tackle in the next session that part. Of course, permitting and financings are hot topics. And so, but you have to take into account also that the TYNDP as itself, or ENTSO E as itself, is not the one that is proposing the solutions. It's what mentioned during the interventions this morning. So the TYNDP tries to identify what are the system needs and gather from project promoters what are the projects that should solve those needs. And of course, also we highlighted that there is a high need of investments there. The project promoters are the ones that put the money there. So I guess that you should look also for conversations there. Yeah.
If I may complement on the scenarios part, I think we always have to have in mind what is the purpose of the scenario. And the complementarity of the work with the work that is done by the policymakers. So when we do our part of the scenarios in the TYNDP, we are not looking at the optimization of the demand, for example, of how the demand would change. This is a part of the work that is done more on the policymaker side to decide which kind of direction do we go as Europeans, what should be promoted, what should not be promoted in terms of costs, but also in terms of strategically what those different directions could bring for Europe. Then in ENTSO E, we do sort of the next steps. So we take these policy directions, and then we try to look into, okay, so how would the rest of the system have to behave, have to be developed to deliver on those directions. So the work is a bit complementary, what is done by the policymakers, and then the part that we pick up.
Thank you. My name is Yaroslav. I am a researcher from University College London, working on a variety of issues related to energy economics, and particularly looking at UK-EU energy trade arrangements, so more on social science, political economy of those processes. I have two questions. First one on what are the assumptions used in the development plans used for trade arrangements, particularly for efficiency of trade, so explicit, implicit auctions with the UK, and also CBAM considerations in terms of how could that play out for interconnection and trade. That's the first question. And the second question, there has been a lot of acknowledgement both by European and UK industry that probably existing trade arrangements won't help deployment of offshore hybrid interconnectors. And even though Nautilus has been approved, but even on the European side, there is uncertainty. And my question is twofold. Here is what are the ranges of uncertainty about the possibility to meet the 330 gigawatt target in 2050 for all North Sea countries? And secondly,
what could be otherwise implications for North Sea's congestion if business case is not resolved for investment, meaning we will need to have much more point-to-point connectors, much more wind farms. Thank you.
Should I take the one on the modeling? Okay. So to answer your first question, the model is based on a day-ahead market. So we have the generation mix for all countries, including UK, and we run it so it's a merit order, and that's what we take into account. And on the second part, also CBAM is taken into account. So all the imports are when you import, you have CBAM as well.
To clarify on this question, when you're saying about merit order, to also incorporate implicit auctions, so extent to which interconnectors are actually used because of risk aversity, if you have a symmetry of information related to explicit auction when you trade with third countries.
We give the net transfer capacity to the system. I don't know if this answers your question. Like, we have the capacity of the cable, which is provided by the TSOs, and then this is what is available to the market.
So basically, it could imply efficient trade as it was before Brexit. So in reality, that could be distant from the reality.
So the approach of those simulations is to have a perfect competitive market, so and not to incorporate the behaviors of the agents of the system, because of course they can diverge and it could be like an approach that could lead us also to different results. So the approach in the simulations is to have a full competitive market and everybody working with the same roles.
And for the second question, so
I can take it if you want.
Yeah, on business case and offshore hybrid assets.
So in general, the level of uncertainty for us is, let's say, not relevant. What do we mean? That we assume that policies get realized. So let's say generation arrives in the water, is deployed, and then we assess what is needed in terms of transmission to optimally integrate the energy produced. In the ONDP, we highlighted definitely that the challenge to arrive there. We looked a bit at the numbers. Deployment need to speed up. There is a, let's say, urgency in terms of installing infrastructure. But in terms then on, let's say, the business case, all indicators we studied shows that it's undoubtedly beneficial. The ONDP corridors from their individuation in the ONDP 24 into the IUSN have been, let's say, reassessed. So we are even more certain now that those are definitely valuable, interesting possibilities for infrastructure development, because they show benefit when included in the candidate list. Then probably everyone's aware of the challenges in terms of offshore development. We had an offshore workshop in February where part of this was discussed. It's let's say, the challenges are not only related to modeling. Let's say, it's made of different components, from supply chain to market arrangement to political arrangements. I don't know if Rafael wants to also to integrate something on their view, but benefits, the business case is definitely there. The studies shows it, and but it's not only about the business case, if this is the question.
Okay, thanks a lot. I'm very happy and very grateful of the so many discussions and conversations, but we are a little bit out of the scope already with the time. So I will propose to close here the discussions. Go for lunch. For those that are here in the room, we can still go on discussing of some of the topics. And for those online, we will be back at 1:30 if we are able to do it with the lunch break. Anyway, we'll keep you informed in the chat on Teams. Thank you very much. We go on after lunch. Thanks.
So welcome back, everyone. We just had a nice lunch. I hope the ones joining online also had a nice break. The second part of the workshop will be about the challenges to building tomorrow's grid. And we will be starting with an introduction by Ralph, who's a member of the steering group at TYNDP. So Ralph, over to you.
Thank you very much, Emil. Well, this morning we have heard a lot about the scenarios, system needs, and so on, which have been based on which the TYNDP was built, or with regard to system needs, what the TYNDP has identified. Moreover, there's even the more practical challenge to build. So from based on the projects which were collected for the TYNDP, there is a portfolio of projects which are in a different stage of realization, implementation already, and some figures here. First, before I would come to the practical challenges and implications we still see for the implementation of the expansion of the transmission system. So the project basis of the TYNDP is made up of two distinct categories. We distinguish between transmission project and storage project, which have submitted. In total, the TYNDP portfolio consists of 178 transmission projects, but each transmission project includes or covers a number of assets, may it be lines, substation, transformers, and so on. And these 178 projects are equal to 348 investments in different types of assets to be made, which is revealed then by this diagram here. And don't be confused by the missing bar here on the offshore transmission lines. Of course, we have offshore projects in the TYNDP, the interconnectors, subsea interconnectors. However, and that is a bit unfortunate, they are counted in the transmission line onshore figures already, and this transmission line offshore was supposed to include, or where we would address the additional offshore projects which come from the UNDP for RES integration, which are not addressed here. So the typical, let's say, interconnectors are already addressed in these bars on the left-hand side of the diagram. And you see it's a huge amount of project assets to be built, and here, when reading at the right-hand side of the slide, it sums up to over 61,000 kilometers of additional lines and cables needed. And in particular, we observe a rapid increase of the DC technology that may be or certainly is subject to the subsea or offshore interconnectors, and will be further, of course, strengthened and emphasized by the upcoming RES integration issues by radio connections or hybrid projects offshore. Further to the transmission project, the project portfolio of the TYNDP entails 33 storage projects which have been proposed by different promoters. Most of them are pumped hydro storage, a few compressed air, and one electrochemical storage project proposed here. Of course, this does not address all the relevant storage projects. It's only that part of the storage which were submitted to the TYNDP in order to get in a certain step, of course, or applying for PCI label then in a second step. But that is what has been addressed, assessed, and evaluated in the TYNDP. And also here we observe a significant increase compared to the previous edition in 2022. Almost double the number of storage projects have been submitted. Here we see now on this slide an overview on which status the project, and this refers again now to the transmission projects, where they are right now. And we observe that only out of the 178 projects, 20, these are the light blue ones on the left-hand side, are under construction already. There are many more projects which are in different stages of preparation, may be under consideration only, which means that the more technical studies are still to be done, or even some further or additional socioeconomic studies on top of the TYNDP, more on a bilateral or regional level to confirm the needs. Quite a number of projects are in the stage of planning or permitting, which also means that they are not in the construction phase, but still also subject to implications from earlier stages of their implementation. And we may move on now towards the challenges and uncertainties we see for implementation of project. And this is based on a survey ENTSO E has recently done on its members, asking for what do you consider as typical implications or difficulties you're faced with when realizing the projects. And the largest or the highest concern is about the asset lead time. So how long will it take to get the equipment produced, delivered, and constructed on site? 90% of the TSOs who contributed to this survey have seen this as a major or the most critical challenge here, addressing the supply chain. Further concerns are about workforce. There's a second highest response here. Almost 70% are concerned about skilled people, skilled employees, may be at the TSOs themselves or may be with the suppliers. So that human resources could be or is assumed to be a significant bottleneck, possibly hindering or delaying or adding uncertainty to the implementation of the transmission expansion. 35% around find the procurement rules, the EU rules for procurement of assets of equipment, cumbersome and inefficient, also contributing to long project lead times, long times for realization of projects, and would see the need for simplifications or accelerations in that domain. And this is also not mentioned here explicitly, but maybe we'll revert to it on this later slides. But it is may also contribute to the lead time of a project, or the uncertainty in the permitting processes, which are also considered as lengthy, inefficient, and attached with a huge uncertainty. All of this may create a kind of vicious cycle. If you have a lengthy permitting process with uncertain outcome, then you have uncertainty whether and when the investments will actually materialize. If you do not know when investments can materialize, it makes it difficult for manufacturers, for the OEMs, to prepare the supply chain to invest in factories and equipment to get the assets built, also the workforce needed, and so on. Having said this, that would reduce to further delays, increased costs, as we have learned this morning already about the socio-economic benefit of expanding the transmission system. If that doesn't happen, you have increase the pressure on doing something, increased pressure on doing something, adds then on further concerns about delays. So that can really create a vicious cycle. If you move back now a bit with the slides, while I was talking, moved forward already, I wanted to present also to give you an impression about the significance and volume of assets needed. If we take here as a sample for transformers, this is not now the transformers needs which come from the TYNDP project, is more or less the entire view of the TSOs, what is needed in terms of transformer capacity in the next years. And you see here, when you compare the figures from until 2030 with the figures until 2050, that the needs for transformers will more than double, or almost, more than double in the next 20 years, and same applies for maybe a normal transformer, in brackets normal, or phase shifting transformer. Similar large increases you see on the next slide with terms to the underground cables. For AC transmission, when comparing 2050 to 2030, there's even triple the amount. The amount triples in the 20 years, and even higher, almost can say an exponential increase we observe already for the DC underground cable. And the main contributor is the emerging offshore integration, offshore projects, particularly in the North Sea, from the UNDP. We will see a lot. So if we move on to the next slide, I guess that's one where we had already been before a bit. Again, this tackles here the challenges on the permitting procedure. As said already, a number of TSOs consider them complex, lengthy, threatening. The timelines of the needed transmission expansions, and there's a certain need, or definitely a need, to become more efficient in that domain, in particular by making these permitting processes, to streamline them, to make them more efficient. And we also know that it is very different. Also, the processes to be applied diverge largely between member states. Some have made good progress already. For example, one example to be mentioned, maybe the maritime spatial planning in the Netherlands, which is considered or helped a lot here reducing administrative burdens or permitting costs and durations. That is something others may even look like. So an exchange of experience on best practice certainly would help. We see a number of priorities here as ENTSO E, besides streamlining and digitizing the permitting process. Also, of what is of major relevance is to engage with all stakeholders early stage already, get into discussions, get into interaction, to discuss with the people concerned or affected by the transmission expansion, the rationales behind, the reasonings behind, in order to get buy-in from stakeholders and support, or at least acceptance, if not support. And exchange and applying best practices I've already mentioned already. So this is outlines a bit from the ENTSO E perspective where the challenges of the implementation of the transmission system, which we will need, as underlined by the TYNDP analysis and results, lie. And and guess we are happy now to start with further contribution and presentations here from some of our stakeholders. Thank you.
Many thanks, Ralph. So now we have the second intervention from Johan. Johan is the president of TND Europe. So over to you, Johan.
Thank you very much. And I have to say, I wasn't aware that we would be a rare exception here today, because I didn't prepare slides. We thought it's more a panel type of discussion. So, but that gives me the freedom to respond to a lot of things that we have heard today, and yeah, and oblige you to listen, because you can't read. Let me start with very shortly mentioning who TND Europe is, although I believe in the meantime everybody in the room knows it. That was not always the case, but I can make that very short. We are the problem at the moment. We are the supply chain, but I hope we are a constructive problem. Well, this attention, this gave us a lot of attention during the last 2 years. But let me nevertheless start at another end. It has to do with how to tackle the supply chain situation, how to make this, all what's ahead of us, all these growing numbers, these big project numbers, a reality. It starts indeed with this planning process, and I would like to highlight that we really acknowledge and appreciate the very high level of development at TYND, and both the methodology of the TYND, but also the entire process has reached during the past, well, 26 years, in fact, since TND Europe, 16 years since TND Europe, since ENTSO E, and by the way, also TND Europe have been funded. Sometimes we tend to forget that this is a unique asset that we have, because there's no other power system in the world with 36 countries, 40 TSOs, totally retail unbundled, which makes grid planning not necessarily easier, and scenario building and all these things, and it's on a very high level of development. When I'm not working for TND Europe and being in Brussels, I'm working for Hitachi Energy, so we have quite a good of international overview, and I can tell you this is a unique asset that we sometimes tend to forget, that it is a valuable asset. But of course, nothing without criticism, not against the on the TYNDP, but on the fact that it is only T. We have always said, and we heard that earlier today, we need to include distribution, because in the end, it does not help very much if we have a perfectly developed transmission network, and at the same time, we have a nicely developed generation system, which, as we all know, is in future to a very far extent connected to the edge of the grid, and there is a gap between the two. And I will come back to that also with regard to supply chain and debottlenecking the supply chain. But But things are moving. So since we have the clean energy package, also since some years, distribution network planning, regional plans are also in the focus, and we really appreciate that. Then there was one more thing that I also would like to highlight, and it may result in a further development also of the TYNDP process and methodology. I was quite pleased to hear today in the first presentation on the TYNDP 2024 findings that this future European power system will be built on regional complementarity, saying regional goes beyond countries, beyond states. And we do similar studies in my part of Hitachi Energy, and we're stressing that since quite some time, that if we look at Europe with that perspective, a regional complementarity perspective, many of the questions that are discussed on member state level, on scarcity periods, the famous German Dunkelflaute, look much different. But you need to look at it at the European and regional level. And that means, why am I stressing that maybe the term cross-border interconnector is not enough in future anymore. Maybe we need to talk about something like cross-country interconnector. We need to implement the concept of transits. And in power systems, that is not very common yet, not in Europe. In others it is, but Europe was always built on the concept of national cooperation. And we will have to move further, and that may affect the TYNDP methodology. And it will affect other things as well, funding of the grids, financing of grids. I've tried to flag that during the past years several times, and the doors were not very open when I tried to do so, getting the response, let's do one after the other. So therefore, I'm spending a little bit more time on it today, that I was very pleased to see that as an outcome of the TYNDP 2024. One more thing, and that is maybe also related to the methodology. I also recognize that it was repeatedly mentioned what we see in the plan today represents only a part of what will be needed. And that means we will always have to bridge a certain period of time with the existing grid, although it's maybe not perfectly sufficient. And that means we need to consider what we can get out of the existing system. And here I'm deliberately not saying grid, but system, because it may need to include flexibilities outside the grid in generation and demand. So stronger focus, but also in the grids. Modern technologies, which in the meantime have become increasingly common in the transmission grid, power electronics offer more flexibility to influence the load flow on short-term. HVDC elements do so as well, also power electronics. So I think we will need that flexibility in order to bridge this gap, which we believe will not disappear between faster changes outside the grids and the grids needing to follow them. So that was more in general being on the TYNDP workshop on what we have seen. Now let me come to what can we jointly do to get this done, and that means, among others, how do we get enough material, enough technology, enough components from, for instance, our industry. And that is certainly a question we did not use to raise in only a few years ago, because we took it for granted that once we have gone through this painful, long complex planning process and the even more complex permitting procedures, then technology would be there. And usually it was. But things have changed a little bit. And let me begin with one thing that we have asked for quite early when we saw this coming. And it's again an acknowledgement of the TYNDP and all other related plans. The transparency provided by these plans, not only the TYNDP, but also the national network plans, and now even the distribution networks plan, is very important. The more operators of factories are confident on that this demand will come, the more they will be willing to invest in production capacity. And here I would say on transmission level, the confidence was quite big because these are individual projects. They have a clear process which has been developed over many years with the projects of common interest, with giving these projects also priorities. Here the uncertainty, there's still a rest of uncertainty, which is primarily in when will the projects come, but not if, it's more when. And you know better than we why this uncertainty is there. It was mentioned in the previous presentation, permitting procedures and all these things. But we didn't have concerns that the project would not materialize. On distribution level, that is pretty different. The quality, the commitment behind plans that are available is by far not that strong yet. The culture is of a mid and long-term plan is not the same as on transmission, and I'm stressing that here because in the end we are expected, our industry is expected to serve both sectors, and we are building factories for both. And it's okay, the Commission is not here anymore, but we tell it to them, of course, as well. So that's an important building block. Whatever we can do to increase confidence that the plans will materialize helps, and it has helped. I would like to mention here that for last year's Copenhagen Infrastructure Forum, we had done a survey of just the public announcements of investments in capacity of our members. Why did we do it that way? Because we are not talking in a trade association on competitive things like where do we build what. You can easily imagine we can't do that, but we can scan publicly available press releases. Which means this is a minimum estimate. The reality is more, because not every investment will be published. Usually these are only the big ones doing that. And at that time, we came to an announced investments of more than 12 billion euro only in 18 months in factory capacity, engineering capacities globally, not for Europe, only globally, because it's also, by the way, not only a European challenge. Since then, a lot have been added. We will update this figure for this year's Copenhagen Forum, but I just want to say we're doing what we can. Does this help immediately? Well, it hopefully stabilizes the situation. It will not make the stretch situation disappear overnight. That's clear, in particular also as demand is continuing to grow, but stabilizing. Which also means, similar to what I said before on flexibility in the grids, we also need to look for opportunities to use the supply chain as efficient as possible. And let me also add, it's not only about the supply chain. Let us look at any other opportunity to reduce workload, because, and that came also out of the previous presentation, during the past 2 years, we were primarily focusing on components and scarcity of components, because as long as you don't have the components, you will not recognize the next problem. But in the meantime, we are seeing increasingly often that components that have been ordered and where our industry is ready to deliver, we are asked to keep them, to hold them back, because there are no people to install them. And this, unfortunately, is the much bigger challenge, because factories do scale. So with the number of people we need is not linearly growing with the number of components we are producing. Delivering transformers in projects, unfortunately, doesn't scale at all. So the workforce problem is the next big thing, and it's much more difficult to solve, because you cannot buy people that are not there, but you can buy a new factory. That's a big difference. It also takes some time, but it's a big difference. And that means we also need to look for whatever opportunities we have to reduce workload. That begins with tendering processes, with interaction processes, and we had a lot of discussions both with ENTSO E members and with DSOs on what we can do there. It's a lot of very small things where you may think, why do we talk about them? I will come back to that later. It starts with, can we use a common language Europe has not only 36 countries and 40 TSOs, it has, I guess, even more languages. It's one of our beauties. Making things more efficient but it goes on with harmonization of tender specifications. There have been an expectation that standardization may help a lot. And here we have to say, well, standardization is nothing new, and we have used it in the past in most of our businesses. There's one exception from that, and that's HVDC, because it's a newly evolving area. Interoperable HVDC, there we have to do some homework, and we are well aligned in doing that in our joint project Interopera. But in all the other businesses, we don't have a lack of standards. We do have some potential in using them a little bit more coordinated and harmonizing where it helps. I also have to say, it doesn't help everywhere. There are reasons for the variations, there are reasons for diversity, and that's one thing. That's where communication helps, because we need to disclose where can we expect a benefit from harmonization, and where we as manufacturers don't see that there is no need to change habits. On the contrary, if we say there is something, it should be considered. But it goes even beyond that. It even goes, we were approached by one bigger distribution network operators whether we have any idea how we could reduce the number of transformers needed in a grid by half. We didn't have an immediate answer, but I'm referring to that because it's the type of questions we should also dig into. Why are our networks structured as they are? Very often the rules are coming from a very past, and maybe we can, using new technology, challenge some of them. So it's also one thing that we should think about. How can we reduce workload by doing things differently? Also technically, not only in how we collaborate. I don't have an example at hand showing you that's how it could work, but we have started to dig deeper into these type of questions with operators. One thing that we also found out in the structured dialogues we have with network operators is that there are, well, let me call it barriers in the legal and regulatory framework with regard to procurement and efficiency, increasing efficiency. One very simple thing to increase efficiency and to reduce workload in procurement is to use longer frame contracts. TenneT has shown that with the 2 gigawatt program. That's nothing else than, and in HVDC projects, a tender is a lot of work. It's much more work than the tender, not the project, than a normal substation is. So if you can reduce that, you have saved a lot of man hours. So it's a very obvious example. You can do that in other areas as well, but then we found out that there are differences in the regulatory frameworks allowing network operators a maximum length of these contracts, and they vary between 5 and 8 years in Europe. In normal times, or in old times, that nobody recognized that because nobody used 5 years in that contracts. But now it's an issue because some countries use the 8 years, and those having a shorter cap have a competitive disadvantage. That doesn't help. These things need to be reviewed, and wherever things are like that, we need to propose them to be changed. Will it happen overnight? Well, it's a framework, a legal. Usually they are not famous for fast adoption, but if you don't try, it will not happen. So it's this type of examples. And we're very happy to have the regulators on board there because there are reasons behind that, but it needs to be discussed. Is it helpful or not? There's another example where we would also see benefit in harmonization. I'm addressing that here, particularly because ENTSO E is in a leading role with that. And I'm quoting network operators. We should also check whether it's really helpful to have the implementation of network codes different by member state, different in content, and different in timing, which is for those that have to develop products responding to these network codes, not truly helpful. It increases complexity and is also not beneficial for the users of the networks because we still have one interconnected network in Europe. Let me, at the end of this longer speech, finish with saying we have, and I referred to them several times already, this stretch situation resulted in an ongoing series of intensive conversations that we would never have had without this stress situation. And we can only say they were extremely valuable because we were talking about things that we would never have talked about before. And we understood each other much better than before. We understood where the reasons behind some things that we were always wondering why the hell they are necessary. And I hope it also worked in the other direction. So this is, first of all, already a tangible, valuable outcome. And also the fact that we're sitting here is an outcome of that, because I assume 5 years ago that would not have been the case. Suppliers, I guess, would not have been considered to be important for a TYNDP scenario discussion. At least that was our perception. And we appreciate that that has changed. At the end, I would also stress one thing. All these conversations have not yet delivered the silver bullet, giving relief to the supply chain. And let me say very clearly, I also don't think they will ever do that. Because if there was this silver bullet, it means that in the past, we deliberately didn't use that silver bullet. We deliberately accepted big inefficiencies, and I don't think we were that stupid. And that much not interested in efficiency. But what they delivered is a lot of small things. And let us appreciate and acknowledge these lot of small things. If we materialize a lot of small things, and that is a task we from association level have to do, to forward that to those people in the business who have to make it happen. Because it's nice if we agree in these rooms here, but no one here buys a transformer and is in the negotiations, is in procurement directly. So we have to tell our people, make use of that. We have to forward it into the companies, in the member companies. If we harvest all of these small things, then many small things will accumulate to a big impact. And that is what I would like to, that's the spirit how we see these conversations. Yeah. So far, I hope you could follow me even without slides. And thank you very much for having us here. And I'm looking forward to an interesting discussion, of course.
Thank you very much, Johan, for this very interesting insights. And maybe just to add on that, as Johan mentioned, we started the dialogue together with TND Europe, Europa Cable, DSO entity, and us, ENTSO E. So now we are working on tackling these important supply chain topics. We had a joint commitment back in December, and now for the Copenhagen Forum in 2025, our ambition is to publish a roadmap to showcase in which areas we can have common technical specifications. So that's specifically for HVDC systems, for cables. Also going back to some of our earlier works and trying to taking back them forward, discussing the current agenda. And again, also, as Johan mentioned, procurement is an important topic. EU is legislating public procurement directives. The revision is coming. So together with all these organizations, we will also be looking into that, because that's an important area if we want to tackle supply chain constraints. All right, so without further ado, we go to the next presentation. Anton, do you have slides to share?
Yes, good afternoon. I will share slides from my...
Yes, please take over the screen then.
Computer.
Thank you. Over to you.
Yes, I see what slides are on the screen. Good afternoon once again. My name is Anton Skutiuns. I'm a representative from Latvian Electricity TSO, AST, and I have been asked today on behalf of three Baltic TSOs, Litgrid, Elering, and AST, to present Baltic Power System Synchronization Project of Continental Europe, what was happened on 9th of February 2025. it was done this year. And then I would like briefly to show main steps and decisions why synchronization has been done, then to show implementation of infrastructure and then the operational projects, because from technical point of view, project was is common, but was divided into two scenarios. One is for transmission infrastructure project, where we also used TYNDP product, and then of course from system operational point of view, project also was very important. And then when we'll show some slides about the process, what was done. Desynchronizing from Brel system when isolated test and then synchronization with continental Europe. And then would like also to show some slides with essential thing what has been done from TYNDP perspective for synchronization project, and then future PCI support, and then co-financing from European Union. Yes, it was historical, huge, very ambitious, and then very challenging project which was implemented since, I can say, 2007. And then the reason was what in 2004 Baltic states joined to European Union and NATO. And then according to European legislation, all things started to be done with European legislation. But from energy point of view, Baltic power system was operating by third countries, by Russia and Belarus system. And in 2007, Baltic Prime Minister signed a communique with exercise to TSOs to study and analyze possibilities to synchronize with continental Europe. And since 2009, I can say till 2023, Baltic TSO together with Polish TSO and together with ENTSO E did a huge amount of studies to evaluate technical possibility, necessity of projects, and then other things to be synchronized Baltic states with continental Europe, and this desynchronized from Russian power system. And then 2018 it was politically decided to synchronize by the end of 2025. And then the synchronization scenario was selected. And then based on this, in 2019, ENTSO E and then regional group Continental Europe issued technical catalog of measures with exercises to Baltic TSOs for synchronization by the end of 2025. As I mentioned, exercises was divided into two positions, technical and transmission infrastructure. Then in 2022, war in Ukraine was started, and then we Baltic TSOs had huge political pressure to synchronize immediately, not to wait till 2025. I can say what from TSO point of view, end of 2025 seems the really ambitious timeline, because a lot of projects should be implemented, but we also wanted to evaluate technical possibility, and then during 2023 we did accelerated synchronization studies, and then with politicians found consensus to synchronize in February 2025, when a lot of necessary projects will be implemented. Yes, when technical procedure about non-prolongation of BREL agreement, and then on November 2024, ENTSO E Regional Group Continental Europe decided about Baltic synchronization. It was positive decision, and on 8th of February, Baltic desynchronized from BREL when it was isolated operation, and then when on 9th of 25, Baltic power system were synchronized with continental Europe. About the project, as I mentioned, a lot of projects have been implemented during quite short period, including procurement, environmental issues, and then of course construction. And as I mentioned, we from Baltic TSO point of view identified technical necessity of a project when synchronization could be possible, and then the rest of the project in any case should be implemented by the end of 2025. And then regarding transmission network reinforcement, which also came from a catalogue of measures in Estonia and Latvia, we constructed commonly 5 new transmission lines. In Lithuania, it was idea to do this for 4 lines, and then 1 line was implemented before synchronization, and then our 3 will be implemented by the end of 2025. According to synchronization scenario, initially it was decided to also construct new offshore cable from Lithuania to Poland named Harmony Link, but unfortunately after start of war in Ukraine, a lot of deliveries was broken. And then, unfortunately, offshore cable producers were not interested in future and then faster implementation of such TSO project. They are overloaded with offshore infrastructure project, and it was decided to cancel Harmony Link offshore solution and then to go to onshore solution, wherefore timeline for Harmony Link project were prolonged till 2030. Battery energy storage implementation also is one of the important projects because balancing market in Baltic states is limited at the moment, but it was also in Latvia, for instance, we had big challenges with procurement where price for batteries in compare with prices before 2022 tripled, and then we was needed to find solution, and then therefore in Latvia project will be implemented by the end of 2025. In Lithuania it was done before synchronization. Very important thing, implementation of synchronous condensers due to calculations of and then evaluations from technical studies. It was evaluated what inertia in Baltic states should be provided 70,100 megawatt seconds due to stability issues and security issues. It was divided by 3. And each country should provide around 6,000 megawatt second, but due to seasonal character in all Baltic states of generation, it is not possible to provide 24/7 from power plants. Wherefore, it was decided to implement 3 synchronous condensers in each country. And totally, before synchronization, 6 synchronous condensers were implemented, and then 3 of them will be implemented by the end of 2025. And then, also additional IT infrastructure project, and then I can say what on the synchronization moment, around 70% of all project implemented and constructed, and then the rest part of the project will be done by the end of 2025. As I mentioned, also from system operation point of view, a lot of projects were implemented and will be implemented by the end of 2025. Here on the picture, I can show only for comparison, what Baltic TSOs did during approximately 1 year. It was I would like to pointer option. Yeah, and then and then on the beginning of 2024, it was very poor of implementation of a project, and then on the beginning of 2025, yes, you can see what a lot of projects are on the green light, what is of course very good. And then about desynchronization and synchronization procedure process. Desynchronization process has been started on 8th of February 2025 with disconnection initially Kaliningrad region, when transmission lines between Belarus and Lithuania were disconnected, when line between Latvia and Russia, and finally lines between Estonia and Russia. It was done at 9 o'clock, around 9 o'clock of 8th of February, and then Baltic power system were quite stable with sufficient amount of inertia, because in Latvia it is a lot of hydro, and then water inflow was quite good for this period. And then when after desynchronization, it was started Baltic operation test with frequency stability test, with voltage stability test. It was time for test was around 30 hours, 36 hours. And on 9th of February at 2 o'clock by Baltic times, Baltic power systems were synchronized with continental Europe. Yes, and here you can see what common frequency for both systems. When it was celebrated in the same day by President of European Commission and then all president from Baltics TSO and Poland, not TSO, sorry, Baltic states and Poland. Yes, because as I mentioned on the beginning, it is around 20-year project. What is, to be honest, historical project. This is about process, synchronization process, and here I of course would like to underline TYNDP product necessity, and what TYNDP process was really essential and very helpful for synchronization as well. In the first TYNDP in 2012, were some project not identified as synchronization cluster project, but they also helped to reinforce Baltic power system and then go forward with synchronization. And then first mentioning of synchronization cluster was in TYNDP 2040. Special cluster was established for synchronization, named 170, and then during preparation of technical studies and then the understanding of technical necessity of a project, a synchronization cluster also was additionally put it with necessary project for infrastructure, and totally under synchronization cluster were more than 30 projects from Baltic TSOs and then from Polish TSO PSC. And as according to TYNDP procedure, synchronization cluster was updated each TYNDP, as I mentioned, according to the needs, and then the information and evaluation, cost-benefit analysis, identification of system needs, and other products under TYNDP were very helpful for future implementation of synchronization cluster. And then, of course, when projects were implemented, they were excluded from TYNDP list. And to be honest, project was politically supported and then financially supported, and then TYNDP was essential for future project inclusion into European regulation project of common interest list, with future possibility to go for co-financing from Connecting European Facility funds. And then, to be honest, synchronization cluster received significant support from European Union for implementation. And then based on PCI list necessities, synchronization project under PCI list, and then future evaluation for submission of application to CINEA and then to European Commission has been divided into two phases. First phase was related into internal transmission reinforcement in Baltic states, mainly connected to construction of new lines and then reconstruction of and upgrading of existing one. And then second phase was more related for infrastructure project necessary for inertia provision and then the frequency regulation. For each phase, special CBA has been prepared additionally to TYNDP CBA, but a lot of figures and then things have been used from TYNDP CBA. And yes, it was serious support from European Commission, as I mentioned, from CEF funds. And now we see what a lot of sabotage, especially in Baltic Sea, regarding offshore infrastructure, cables between Baltics and then, for instance, Nordic countries. And then one of the topic with which Baltic TSOs and then Polish TSO are working now is critical infrastructure protection issues, because synchronization projects, to be honest, are serious critical infrastructure in our countries, what should be protected in the future. And then regarding synchronization, it was in the PCI list since the second PCI list, and then this candidate also to a sixth PCI list, what is going to be approved in this year. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Many thanks, Anton. So I will share the screen back again, and we will proceed with the presentation from Core Energy. So over to you, Marta.
Thank you. Will you help me in the chat? Thank you very much. Hi, my name is Martha Mariner. I work at Core Energy, which is a long-duration energy storage developer. We are a private company, so normally when we talk about large infrastructure projects that you find on the TYNDP, they tend to be things such as interconnectors or projects that are run through TSOs. So hopefully it will be interesting for all of you to hear a little bit about what it's like to try and develop a large-scale infrastructure project as a private actor, also being listed on the TYNDP and also having a PCI project. Next slide, please. So a little bit about us. We are listed on the Euronext Stock Exchange in Dublin. Our headquarters are in the Netherlands. Our founders are Irish, and we are developing 3 projects currently, one in the Netherlands, one in Germany, and one in Denmark, using compressed air energy storage. Next slide, please. So I hope I'm not preaching to the converted when I talk about why we need energy storage. But if we kind of look at the energy system in Europe at the moment, where we are trying to integrate a lot more renewables, such as wind and solar, we're trying to phase out fossil fuel generation, then we also can see that we are facing significant challenges. With wind and solar, the grid at the moment is not really ready for it. So we're seeing increased curtailment, also prices that are quite volatile. For consumers, this means increases in prices and spikes. Anyone located in Northern Europe maybe will remember that we had a very dark and cold winter, especially in December, where there was not so much wind. There was definitely no sun. So what could we do? We had to also perhaps turn on fossil fuel generation, and also prices were spiked quite a lot, leading some people to ask why were we actually having so many renewables, because they weren't reliable. You also might be wondering why I've included an icon of a person in a wheelchair. I was looking for an icon for citizens, and this is what it gave me. I also think during these Trumpian times, it's good to remember that we want a diverse and inclusive society. So I thought I'd have it in here. Also, if we look at the grid, I think a lot of people have touched on this today, but you know, the grid it has to integrate greater shares of varying renewable energy. We need more ancillary services. New renewable energy, it means we need to upgrade the grid infrastructure. So these are the challenges. If we go on to the next slide, please. I'd argue that energy storage is quite a key solution. It's not the only solution for solving some of Europe's challenges, but I don't think we're going to achieve our renewable energy targets. I don't think we're going to decarbonize our energy systems if we don't have a lot more energy storage. It helps keep prices stable. It reduces curtailment. It provides us with a domestically produced, secure energy supply. Especially for the TSOs and grid operators, it decreases congestion, and also means that we don't have to spend as much money in grid investments. Next slide, please. So if we look specifically at Denmark, which is one of the locations in Europe where we're developing one of our projects, you can see that especially if we look up on the first graph under inflexible electricity consumption, we can see that as we retire all our coal-fired power plants, then and also to move away from centrally produced power, then we're going to our dispatchable capacity is going to fall, but our electricity consumption is only going to increase. So once as we move, especially towards 2030, there's going to be a big gap between what a flexible supply and also the electricity, our needs for electricity. A lot of policymakers will perhaps argue that the solution is just to have more grid interconnectors between the different countries. But if we look at the graph under maximum power requirements, that's not always the solution. We can see that with our neighbors, Germany, which is Tyskland, they're going to have just as big a problem as us. Belgium the Netherlands, the UK, they're also going to have these problems. So there's no point importing, trying to import power from a region that also has these problems. If we look at Norway, Norway is not really wanting to have so many interconnectors because they're more wanting to make sure that their own consumers are protected. So we do need interconnectors, but we can't solely rely on these to solve our challenges. Next slide, please. So if we talk, what does a long duration energy storage project look like in reality? The Green Hydrogen Hub project in Denmark, which I work a lot on, we use, as I mentioned, we use compressed air storage technology. So what we do is on the days when there's a lot of renewable energy production, for a country like Denmark, most of the renewable energy comes from wind energy. So on a day when it's very windy, or somewhere else, if there's a lot of, if it's very sunny, if there's an excess of renewable power, then we save it, we compress it, and we save it in underground salt caverns. And we also convert some of it in hydrogen as well and save that in a different cavern. Then on the days when there's not so much sun or there's not so much wind, what we do is we reconvert it back into electricity using the compressed air and the hydrogen. We use the hydrogen to heat it and drive the turbines, making the solution carbon neutral, and then we feed it back onto the grid. So consumers and businesses can have a non-stop secure supply of green energy. Next slide, please. The Green Hydrogen Hub is a partnership between us, Core Energy, also Gas Storage Denmark, which is the daughter company to the Danish TSO Energinet. They operate natural gas storage facilities. So they supply the caverns where we can store the compressed energy and the hydrogen. And then onshore renewable energy developer, Eurowind Energy, who operate wind and solar parks, they supply the renewable energy for the electrolyzer that we need to convert the renewable energy into hydrogen. The Green Hydrogen Hub project is kind of an umbrella project. So, for example, us, Core Energy, we developed the compressed air energy storage facility, which is on the TYNDP and is also a PCI project. Then Gas Storage Denmark, they operate the caverns and they store the hydrogen. So the hydrogen storage is also a project of common interest. And then Eurowind, they supply the renewable energy. Currently, we're in the permitting phase, and we hope by 2030 or 2031 at the latest, we'll come onto the grid and can start helping shore up Europe's energy supply. Next slide, please. I don't think I'll spend so much time on this. Basically, Green Hydrogen Hub helps benefit Denmark's energy transition, but also Europe as a whole, because some of the power we produce that can be transported to other countries. We can enable the development of the hydrogen infrastructure. Hopefully later down the date, some of the hydrogen we produce can also be used in the hard to abate sectors such as transport. And also it's quite innovative. I think one of the key reasons that it's been selected as a PCI project is it's quite innovative, because normally compressed air energy storage facilities, they operate on natural gas, whereas this using hydrogen is quite new. Next slide, please. This is what the compressed air energy storage facility looks like in reality. It's not built yet. As I said, we're still in permitting, but this is a visualization of what it will look like on site. The project is located in Viborg, which is in central Denmark, in Jutland. So you can see there's hydrogen storage, air storage, heat storage, turbines, compressors, and cooling. And now for my final and last slide, please. I was asked to speak about some of the challenges we face in developing projects. I'm a little sad that Raphael from the Commission has left, but anyway, hopefully I can send my presentation to him. I think everyone here knows that large-scale infrastructure projects, they take a lot of time. They're also they take a lot of money. There's no getting around that. What complicates things is in some cases you need changes to existing legislation, because energy storage is quite a new regulatory area. So, for example, in our Danish project, we needed 2 legislative amendments so that we can actually store the air underground, because the current legislation doesn't allow for this. And then also there's been another legislative change to allow the operator of the gas storage facilities to give them permission to add that to their existing activities. I think any energy developer will complain about lengthy permitting times. I will say that what probably would be easier would be if there were perhaps more of a level playing field across Europe. As a PCI project, we can have access to accelerated permitting times, but whether the member state chooses to make use of this can vary from country to country, and also in terms of sometimes a lack of institutional capacity. Again, it's a very new area, so the people working in the authorities maybe don't have experience with this. There's also a bit of a tendency to move away from specialists towards generalists who get moved around from ministry to ministry, meaning they don't have so much insight to quite a technical and complex areas. And all the while you're waiting for your permits to get through, this means that you're burning up a lot of DevEx. We'd also, in terms of perhaps for the TYNDP people, we maybe don't feel always that the modeling techniques employed to capture the full value of storage, meaning that sometimes it's hard to gather support for storage projects. There's also not such a supportive regulatory environment in all member states for energy storage. You can pay grid fees both for consumption and production, which makes it harder to achieve a good business case. What we would maybe like to see is some dedicated funding instruments for energy storage. Right now, there's limited public funding available. So those are my key takeaways. Hopefully, people will take this into account. Thanks.
Very much. We are only allowed 2 at a time. Thank you very much, Marta, for this very interesting presentation, I would say. And definitely we should follow up on that. And we will be sharing the presentation and the notes with also the colleagues from the Commission. So we will establish a channel there on this one. Many thanks indeed. We have planned a last presentation from Andre, but let's try to keep it a bit quick because we are running out of time, and then we will also have some space for questions. So over to you, Andre.
Yeah, thank you very much. And point taken, I will try to be efficient as much as possible. So this time I will present some insights from the Renewables Grid Initiative, not the SRG. And just a short introduction in case you don't know who Renewables Grid Initiative is. We are an association of European transmission system operators, as well as climate and environmental NGOs that work together to implement and develop electricity grid, but in a way that takes environmental and social considerations into account. And because of this, our work is structured around 3 different dimensions, from the technical one and energy systems, looking how to model, plan, and implement the decarbonized system. From the environmental side, looking how to build this infrastructure with coherence with nature and environment. And from this social dimension, how to make sure that proper stakeholder engagement is taking place, and that stakeholders' concerns are being reflected in the activities for building the grid. And for the purpose of this today's presentation, I would like to share some overall ideas what we think how to proceed while thinking about the development of the implementation of electricity grid infrastructure in the future, sharing some examples about the gaps already existing, and then sharing some further ideas how to tackle them, but also looking from the planning perspective. So I think that this is clear for everyone that there is a need to expand and modernize electricity grids across voltage levels and in member states as well. Between the countries, there is a political momentum about this. But there are several challenges that the project promoters and the actors involved are facing. Permitting and acceleration, financing, social acceptance have been mentioned. But on this list, I included also nature protection and restoration, as well as climate change impacts, as well as scarcity of space and other resources about which, for example, Johan was mentioning, because these are the considerations that are important also for any other stakeholders. Developing a grid is a complex task that affects nature, that affects society. So while thinking about the challenges, how to proceed in the future, this should be considered, taking this complexity into account. And currently, while looking at how what kind of measures and what kind of instruments they're put into the place, trying to cover some of these challenges, we can see what else is needed to improve the processes. So the first example that I wanted to present that we are dealing with is related to grid acceleration areas. Long story short, in order to reduce permitting procedures and accelerate with implementation of the infrastructure, there has been rich European legislation to be adapted at the member states level to help with this, very specifically to both renewables and grids. Very specifically, very specific provisions have been included how to do it in case of electricity grid. But we were investigating among our members how it's actually taking place when it comes to real acceleration of this concept, and actually it doesn't look so well. The grid is not considered the planning of the grid in accelerated way through these areas is not considered jointly with renewables. So currently renewables having so to say priority, which is also understandable because of the of different time frames included in the legislation, but still to be efficient in the planning and making sure that all the infrastructure will be built on time. This is a shortcoming. At the same time, the mitigation measures related to environment, as well as stakeholder engagement related to the implementation of these acceleration areas, is not really taking place. There are some shortcomings also on that front. And something that was mentioned by Marta, there are some visible challenges related to lacking institutional capacities to deal with that, which is part of the result where there is no alignment between different legislative frameworks stemming from the EU legislation. So it's not only about renewables acceleration areas and grid acceleration areas, but there are other processes relevant. For example, maritime spatial planning or nature restoration law or NECPs that somehow should be carried out together, but currently they are not. Second example that I wanted to mention about is related to climate resilience, climate proofing of the grid. So I think that this is another example that many of us are experiences with changing weather patterns, changing climate, and more frequent extreme weather events that are damaging the infrastructure. And there have been some appropriate regulatory developments, especially in the revision of the TENU regulation, that point out to the need to incorporate climate change aspects into the planning. This has been reinforced by the scientific community, by the European Scientific Advisory Board for Climate Change. This is acknowledged by grid operators. They implement also some strategies and measures because they are faced with direct impacts. And there's also ongoing work within the CBA framework how to include these aspects into account. But again, there are some remaining shortcomings at many different levels. First, whether there's a common understanding what actually could be considered and recognized as climate adaptation measures. Looking if we are thinking and talking about the planning, whether this relates to system-based or asset-based adaptation measures. The same additional challenges are related to assessing the costs and benefits of implemented measure because of lacking data, and also since it's related to cost, it's not always being available, which then translates to some regulatory challenges, how this cost shall be further acknowledged. And third point is related to stakeholder engagement and social acceptance. And we know from our members that it still remains a challenge. In public opposition creates delays, and which leads to further costs. So we need meaningful and early stakeholder engagement in order to make the process valuable, but also to bring stakeholders' view into these processes. And this also includes the scenario building, something that we mentioned in the morning session related to the stakeholder reference group. So it's not only project-based and related to permitting and then operation, maintenance, decommissioning, but some measures that should happen earlier. And whereas there are some promising developments, most of them related or put under the umbrella of the Pact for Engagement, which also acknowledge the importance and relevance of stakeholder engagement and were brought at the political level, more challenges occur. So on the one hand, there is more commitment needed for those who acknowledge the importance of meaningful stakeholder engagement. So Pact for Engagement currently has more than 30 signatories, but while we are working together with ACER and the European Commission on implementation of some of the points, for example, we launched a survey to understand what are the regulatory shortcomings in different member states. It turned out that even those who undersigned the Pact for Engagement did not provide the answers in order how to improve the process or regulatory assignments. Furthermore, something that we observe is also kind of a need or ideas of having a monitoring mechanisms, how those who put their signature into Pact for Engagement, how do they really follow those principles, but not in a way to control the implementation itself, but rather to harvest the ideas and to allow for best practice sharing and transfer of knowledge, something that I think was mentioned also in Ralph's presentation, that it brings additional value. And looking from more regulatory perspective is also a question how to design different benefit sharing mechanisms and how this could be then also reflected when it comes to additional costs that grid operators need to carry for those, for either benefits for local communities or stakeholder engagement measures at large. So trying to conclude based on these three specific examples. One point is that while thinking about developing the grid, these different considerations should be taken into account. So not to act in a silos, just focusing on just one aspect related to the grid, but trying to bring these aspects into account. While there are some policies and regulations already in place, they are lacking some points that they require further refinements, some stronger implementation in some cases. A different point is related to strengthening collaboration between different sectors and stakeholders, which was mentioned also in some previous presentations, because this can lead to coming up with innovative solutions and accelerated implementations of the infrastructure. And something that is being discussed quite often, not only today, but in different discussions, is the financing of the future grid. So we think that independently how the mechanism will be created to allow for enough resources to finance the grid, they should be designed in a way that would incentivize grid operators also to provide benefits for citizens and nature. And just some recommendations, some final ideas. How does it relate to the planning itself? Because we are also we started with the TYNDP. So we support an integrated and holistic approach for the planning itself, but also that is builds synergies with siting and the deployment of renewables together with grids for onshore and offshore. And some of the messages mentioned here, how this could be reflected in the system planning itself. I think they already, it was good to hear them today from Francesco and from other actors, that there is a need to further optimize across voltage levels, across sectors, because this can lead to reducing inefficiencies and addressing the scarcity. Also a betterness of system level the efficiencies and harvesting the benefits of energy system flexibility, as Johan mentioned. And something as an idea for the future is to consider in the planning some circular approaches, because they can at least partially address the constraints related to sustainability or supply chains. Whereas while thinking already about implementation, spatial planning should incorporate nature protection and restoration measures. So that's it from my side. I hope that was on time, and happy to discuss.
Many thanks, Andre. Yes, I already see some reactions. So we want to open the floor for questions, but let's keep it as questions, not as long comments, so that we can address them. Are there anyone in the room or online who has a question? If not, I can already bring one. We have one. All right. Over to you.
Thank you. It's a question for Marta about hydrogen and compressed air storage. You briefly mentioned that one of the challenges or hurdles is the not ideal integration of storage in the planning or modeling, I think is what you mentioned. That's of course interesting for the discussion here. So you kept it very brief, so I just want to ask if you could expand a little bit what that meant.
Yeah, you don't really see so many countries having a storage target, for example. Storage is a lot of secure energy is considered to be provided by either coal, sort of fossil fuel generation, or something like interconnectors. Was that answering your question?
Yeah. So you're saying that if there are targets, then they can be included in the modeling. That's
Yeah. Of course, there's the upcoming flexibility needs assessment that also will be quite beneficial, I think. But I think also an actual storage target would do more to actually, because what you don't measure, you can't really, it doesn't get looked at, right? But some member states, they do have storage targets. Some are moving ahead quite substantially. And hopefully, the flexibility needs assessment will address this in a good way. So I actually think that at the European level, we can see that they are moving more ahead, and they are more pushing the storage agenda than at the member state level.
Thank you. Maybe one question from my side to Jochen, which was also a very interesting presentation. We also saw in Ralph's presentation about the supply chain, let's say, bottleneck. And recently, IEA published a report also talking about the capacity falls. Basically, capacity is falling short of the demand. So from your manufacturer's point of view, do you think they are focusing on decreasing the lead times, or the current focus is primarily on stabilizing them?
Well, I believe I even tried to address that within quite a number of words I used. The first thing needs to be stabilizing, because we are coming out of a situation where, well, the gap was increasing. But in midterm, of course, we want to return to what I would call a normal business. You have, well, implicitly in the products we are talking about, in the processes, how they are manufactured, there is a, let me call it, natural lead time. And we are far from that at the moment. And of course, the goal, the aim at the end is to return to that, or maybe even reduce it, because during all what we are doing now, we will learn, and that should result in some innovation. So maybe at the end of the journey, we will be even better, but there is some time to go. And at the moment, it's stabilization, very clearly. And don't ask me when we will return. And certainly not in a few quarters. Let me say that.
Any questions from online and also from the room? Please. Okay, let's take 2 questions here, and then if there's no questions in the online, then we will proceed with the conclusion. Okay, let's do 3. Let's take them one by one, and then please identify who you're asking your question to. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joni Karilainen from Climate Action Network Europe, also a member of the Stakeholder Reference Group. Actually, my question is slightly a follow-up for the first question that pointed to Marta. You mentioned the modeling techniques specifically, and my question concerns on representation of long-duration energy storage, whether you are aware of existing recommendations to improve the modeling techniques, or whether there should be more efforts dedicated to this matter in general, in your opinion. Thank you.
Yes, I'm aware of the recommendations. I think the problem for me is that historically it has not been very transparent about the modeling that's employed, I think, especially when it comes to energy storage. I know that when we've reached out to ask more, it has not been particularly transparent. So it's a little hard for me to assess, I think, exactly how, but we can see that the benefits, that our modeling is quite different to some of the approaches taken.
Francesco, you had a question?
Thanks, Emil. Question for Andre. When you talk about the holistic approach, do you refer, or you have in mind, like single modeling approach for everything, or could it also work as alignment, first of all, of assumptions throughout the different modeling efforts? Because at least, let's say, to implement a single model for all the planning studies, that might be hard, because different planning studies might have different needs. But maybe already a lot could be done, at least aligning the different assumptions and increasing the exchange of information between planning studies, between actors involved there. So just bit the background, like what you have in mind when you look, let's say your vision when thinking about holistic approach.
Yep, thank you. So definitely the second point, alignment on the targets and the ideas, but also on the goals. Also because I think that putting everything into one modeling tool, that would also require quite huge computational power and time to get with all of these results. So it's rather on the one hand alignment between those, but also I think that it would be difficult to come up with a very clear results related to all of these aspects through one just single modeling done. Probably some of them could be treated as sensitivity analysis that could then contribute to better understanding what kind of impacts it brings, what kind of trade-offs it can create. But the point here is not to forget about those and to move forward also with the progress and combining different tools. Also, for example, while looking into the mapping or spatial constraints, what was done very well in the TYNDP and will be further improved. But yeah, probably it will also be very useful to look on it onshore with different granularity, using some existing work that is being done, for example, done in relation to sensitivity. Sensitivity maps.
Lastly, we had a question from our colleague from London, right? Over to you.
Thank you. Yeah, my question is to Marta. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, really valuable observations. My question is twofold. One is around kind of policy environment. What do you see ways forward to acknowledge the value of storage, as we also spoke about value of interconnection and security of supply, to make sure we don't pay more, but also don't combust coal gas, because that's the thing in many places hinders business case for long duration storage. And the second question is more a technical one on infrastructure. Have you been also considering offshore hybrid assets using kind of green hydrogen when you have, because I think we now have more and more negative prices, and for example in the UK it's really an emerging issue. You could have more than 50% by 2030. So I was wondering whether using potential of offshore wind at times of negative prices also something that you have potentially considered in your business model.
Okay, thanks for the questions. If I answer the first one, I actually think the UK, which you're located in, their proposed cap and floor model is a very good suggestion. I know that in Ireland, the TSO Airgrid is also looking into how they can make a stronger business case for energy storage. So I would say sort of the English-speaking countries in Europe are moving quite forward on this. So I'd have a greater look at them. In terms of using offshore, yes and no. I think, for example, in our project in Denmark, it's an onshore developer that is more by coincidence, more by accident rather than design. There was what was quite interesting for us was in the Netherlands that there was an offshore wind tender that also required an integration solution as part of the tender. So we have considered it, but there's no project that we're actively developing, but it's definitely a good idea.
All right.
Okay, well, thank you very much for very active participation today. So I think it was really interesting session, both in the morning and in the afternoon. To conclude, and I would like to comment some of the aspects or key aspects that we could take away from the morning session. I will, for instance, highlight the knowledge of the complexity of the exercise that we perform within the TYNDP as an exercise that is unique in the world, and what it means and how it's done deserves to be one of the flagship products of ENTSO E. Yeah. But as has been said, there are room for improvement. That continuous improvement is in the TYNDP DNA. And I think that transparency and coordination among sectors, actors, national, European perspective, TSO, DSO, are somehow the umbrella of all the discussions that take place in the morning. And after the lunch in the afternoon session, we saw the experience of some of the TYNDP projects. We saw many questions also, and a lot of interest regarding the stories one and the success of the Baltic synchronization that has been commissioned this year. Regarding implementation, we saw a lot of recommendations and possibilities that could be taken to speed up the implementation. It will be key, finally, for accompanying us in the energy transition and in the competitiveness that is now also one of the key aspects for Europe. And we also saw what the supply chain challenge has. I'm happy to hear that suppliers are trying to adapt, and they are doing as much as they can. Yeah, and that the factories can be scaled. It's not an issue. It's not a major issue, but there is another main challenge. No, it's not simple, of course, but there is another main challenge, that is the skilled workforce. Yeah, that it can be more difficult to address, and therefore working, streamlining all the processes to reduce the people hours will be key, and that will be key for the project promoters and for the suppliers too. So I think that we have a lot of food for thought. We will have more discussions with you, but by now I think that it's enough. So thank you very much for all that are online, for all that are here in Brussels, and see you next time. Thanks.
Thank you.